Okay. I think now it's okay, right? Um, it's all right. Okay, welcome. Everybody's can listen to me, can hear me. Yes, perfect. So welcome everybody all over the world. We are from different place. I'm here in Brazil, right? Um, okay, somebody's saying that I'm having problem with my screen. Is it, or is it's good too, or is it okay with my screen? Yeah.
Yes, yes, Meg, it's
Okay,
all good.
thank you. Thank you for feedback. Well, I'm so happy to be here with you today. I I know I can say good morning to some of you and good evening, good afternoon, and also good evening because we have people from all over the world. Okay, I'm Margarete Barbosa and I'm the coordinator of this event. And I'm happy to announce that we are almost 2,000 and people were coming. So we have more places to in our room on Zoom. We haven't reached the 500. So if you are on YouTube, you can log in on Zoom, okay? And after we are 500, you can watch on YouTube. And this event aims to bring discussion about digital technologies and English language teaching to train English language teachers in this COVID-19 pandemic period, right? By sharing knowledge that will help them on this online journey. It is an event promoted by the English Extension Program Interconnection and by the Group of Studies and Research in Distance Education and New Technologies in English Language Teaching, both coordinated by Professor Margarete Barbosa from UFRB, a federal university in Brazil, in partnership with VCFGL from UK. So I would like to mention and thank VCFGL for this great support and training for us in Brazil to have these online events uh, in this pandemic time, right? So we have a little bit more time and I want to introduce our speakers. Before that, I want to announce that we're going to have two raffles at the end of the event. So if you want to join us, you can go to, let me see if I can share here. I think I can share later because we're almost running out of time. I want to be on time, right? British way, because we're gonna have a British speaker at the beginning. All right, so we're gonna have two raffles, and you can go to Instagram because we're gonna have our raffle there. So I'm gonna ask my team to put the Instagram on chat, or can I do it right now? No problem. And you can find all the instructions there, right? So we're gonna have two raffles at the end of the event. For all everybody who's participating, you can get a certificate, but to get a certificate, you need to be registered at the event as you did before. And at the end of the event, you must complete our satisfaction survey in order that you can get your certificate posterior of the event. Okay? So I'm trying to follow the chat to see where are you from. So a lot of places in Brazil, a lot of teachers from a lot of states, right? Somebody's saying that we having problems on YouTube. I'm gonna check that. Okay. Um, And we're gonna have a raffle here. Uh, Somebody saying too that they don't have Instagram, so we're gonna have a raffle by attendance. Okay, don't worry. So now I must introduce our first speakers. Um, Let me open here the presentation card. I'm a little bit nervous. Although I love cameras, phones and whatever, but sometimes, oh my God, be talking to a lot of people all over the world, it makes, of course, us nervous. Okay, can you see my screen? Okay, now we're gonna have a lecture, and our event will work like this. We're gonna have two lectures this morning, and we're gonna have a break between 12 and 1 p.m. and then we come back at 1. Okay, so the lectures will have about 40 minutes, and then we have 10 minutes for Q&A. So if you want to ask, you can go not to the chat, okay? The chat, you can interact with everybody, but go to the Q&A and post your questions there. So at the end of every talk, the speakers will be able to answer some questions, right? So now I'm going to introduce Mina Patel from UK and Mariana Bonotto from Brazil. They are going to be speaking about developing Brazilian English teacher fluency through video conferencing. Mina jointly chaired the UK VC Partnerships Group, where she has worked alongside national advisors from across the UK to put together broadband guidelines for the Department for Education to support VC technology in schools. Her company was founded in June 2014 and aims to deliver thousands of English lessons via video conference to children all over the world, directly from London. Mina is a former educator and she has completed her master in technology enhanced learning, innovation and change. Her dissertation focused on implementing VC technology into classrooms. Mina has given a TEDx talk in Washington, D.C. titled Rise of the Global Teacher in September 2015. She writes a blog about the use of VC technology in education, where she highlights the work of the schools in the London borough of Redbridge. And Mariana Bonotto is graduated in Portuguese and English language. Let me get feedback. Are we okay with the audio? Okay. Um, is graduated in Portuguese and English language and literature at USP in 2006. She has a degree in pedagogy at USCS 2017, a postgraduation degree in special education in regular schools 2011, and a master in education research about the use of video conference to teach English 2019. She has worked at the major of São Caetano do Sul in São Paulo since 2007, teaching regular school from elementary to high school, also teaching in university about sign language, English, Portuguese, and pedagogy. She has worked voluntarily in projects for inclusion of deaf, and sorry, deaf and blind into society, and has just started teaching English as a foreign language to deaf students. So please welcome our first speakers.
Hello there, Meg. Meg, can you allow me to switch my video on, please? Can you switch my video on for me? I cannot start my video. That's all it's
Let me see.
Thank you. Yeah, cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. It's just got a little message coming up.
Why the video is not starting?
Yeah. I think you have to, yeah, for some reason. Oh, it's working now. Thank you. It's the magic.
I'm sorry, Mina.
It's okay, Meg. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Something else is okay.
Right. Thank you so much for the introductions, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone from all over the world. What an amazing opportunity that Meg has given for us all today. That we can join from Africa, Lebanon, I saw Italy, Philippines. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone from all over the world. What an amazing opportunity that Meg has given for us all today. Meg, I am getting an echo. Can you hear the echo on Philippines? Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone from all over the world.
Oh, it's repeating again. Oh, I have just.
Can you? That's much better. Brilliant. Thank you, Meg. We got there. The technology works brilliantly eventually, so it's great. So, hello everyone again. So my name is Meena Patel, and I'm the Executive Director for Video Conferencing for Global Learning in London in the United Kingdom. And today I'm going to be focusing on how we can use video conferencing technology to develop English fluency with teachers in Brazil. It's a specific project that we've been working on. So to start with, let me click on my next slide. Right. So I want to, first of all, clarify the meaning of video conferencing, because we've all been video conferencing, especially during COVID-19. We've experienced and heard about video conferencing. So I just want to make clear to everyone what video conferencing technically really means. So it's not using video or just playing a video on YouTube. That isn't a video conference. That's asynchronous video communication. So what I'm going to be speaking about today is synchronous video communication, where everybody in the call can see and speak to each other and they can hear each other. So today, we're actually taking part in a webinar. So the webinar is asynchronous. Even though there is some synchronous communication within the chat and within the panelists, we can each see each other. But for all the attendees, this is asynchronous video communication. So this isn't a video conference, this is a webinar. So I just want to make that clear. And everything that I'm going to be speaking about today is synchronous video communication through video conferencing. So I just want to show you some images here. So this was before COVID-19. So before COVID-19, on the picture on the left-hand side, you can see that there's an expert sitting in New York, and that's Manhattan School of Music, connecting to groups of students sitting in their classes, because they were allowed to then, 3 different schools. So that's a multi-point video conference. And we were connecting using, so this was back in December 2019. So we were using things called codecs. So all these classrooms. And there's a camera. So you can see that on the right-hand side, there's a camera, a codec. There's a remote control. and it's all connected through an Ethernet cable, and it connects via IP. So it's a very secure way of video conferencing, very high quality video conferencing connectivities. And on the right-hand side, you can see one of my remote teachers, David, and he's connecting into a classroom full of students in Sao Paulo in Brazil. So there are lots of ways that we were communicating using video conferencing before COVID-19, but that was heavily reliant then on those codecs that I showed you. So now COVID-19 comes along in March. So now we're based at home. We've got teachers at home, experts at home, children who are at home, but we haven't got these codecs or fancy cameras or remote controls to connect over video conference. So now we are using cloud platforms. And today, the Zoom platform that we're using right now for our webinar is a cloud platform. So that means we can use our computers, our laptops, which act like a codec, the processing speed that it has, and it allows us to connect multiple videos. The microphone is in our laptops or our computers. The webcam acts as the camera, and it's all controlled through a cloud platform. So this image was taken in May, just a couple of months ago. Children at home, teachers at home, and also the expert from Manhattan School of Music, Kelly, there she is. She's also at home in the United States. So the technology has changed, as well as the roles of where the teachers are based, and locations of the children and the experts. And video conferencing hasn't just been about children. It's also about the teachers. And as you can see from the images here, this is a staff meeting that the head teacher at Glade Primary School here in Northeast London led for her staff. So during isolation, it wasn't just the children who were feeling isolated and alone. The teachers also. So for the teachers to check upon, for head teachers to check upon their staff for their health and well-being was really important. So there were staff meetings being carried out with over 60 staff, all linked in with individual videos. So video conferencing hasn't just been for the children during COVID-19. And also, more recently, and I'm going to be speaking about this a bit later on. So in July 2020, we started working for teacher professional development. So these are teachers at home. So these are the Brazilian teachers at home. And my remote teacher now isn't sitting in a classroom, is actually sitting at home. So that's Esther. So she's sitting at her home in London while we connect to teachers in Sao Paulo and to teach them and support them with their English language proficiency. Now, I just want to discuss some things that we need to consider when teaching over video conference. So these are things that are really important and key when using video conferencing technologies. The most important thing, because we're using cloud platforms now, and you always need to be really careful about safeguarding. And when you're reaching out to young people, or even for adults, how have you set up the cloud platform so it protects you while you're at home, as well as the attendees or the participants? And teacher training. So for remote teachers, my remote teachers are very experienced in teaching remotely, but many teachers have been just thrown into teaching over video conferencing without any training. And I believe the key to successful video conferences occur when teachers have had safeguarding training to teach for pedagogy, and also when you use video conferencing with other tools. So when you blend your approach, so video conferencing on its own can deliver the speaking, the talking, the teaching, the reflection, the assessment part, if you want to do that. But however, using WhatsApp, using other tools that you can share files with and documents with are necessary for homework, for sharing PowerPoints with. So you need to use other online tools with video conferencing. And finally, video conferencing does not work without the connectivity. And I understand that there's a huge digital divide across the world. Even here in the United Kingdom, there are parts of the UK that aren't connected well enough with broadband technology. So where the teachers weren't able to reach out to students, or teachers weren't able to receive any professional development because of the lack of connectivity. And so before video conferencing, you must do a digital survey and do a check for your participants, as well as your teachers, the ones who are delivering the sessions. So you need to check for the broadband connectivity and your devices. So if you have really old technology, the new cloud platforms don't work as efficiently on older devices. If you don't have a high enough bandwidth connection, then the video conference it's not going to work. So I understand, and as much as the power that video conferencing has, it heavily relies on bandwidth. And this is just a little survey that anybody can carry out if they're thinking about video conferencing. And these are some of the optimum things you need to look for within the technologies for bandwidth and technology. Now I'm going to hand over to Mariana. Mariana, if you could put your video on, that would be lovely. And Mariana is now going to talk about her master's research project that she carried out working with VCFGL just last year. So over to you, Mariana.
Hello, good morning, everyone. So I'm going to talk a little bit about my research. If you want to find the full research, you can go either to the QR code or this link. The title was Teaching English Online, an Experience Between Brazil and England. So I analyzed the project we had with Mina. And why did I get involved in this project? Can you switch, Mina? Next slide. Okay, why did I get involved with this project? It was an NGO in São Paulo, and it worked with kids from low social background. And English, you know, English is really important. It's a way of improving in social and economically. You can improve if you have a good English. And those students wouldn't have access to a very good language school. And they are very local. It's a city near São Paulo, and the students there have a specific aspect. They study in the city, they go out to the city, they do everything in the city. They don't have this aspiration of going out. And then all of a sudden, I brought someone from London inside the classroom, and they see they could speak with a foreigner. So they have a reason to learn English. They have someone to talk to. So before they were just local, and then they see they could speak with somebody from London, and this person in London would ask how they are, would ask what they are doing, what they like, what they dislike, would share something from London. They would share, oh, I saw today in the news. So they really got engaged with the teacher. There was a real connection, and they wanted to talk to the teacher. And it was not just for the teacher. It's something that is also for me, because Nina, can you move on? When you go to Brazil, how can you give good English to students? We have only 5% of the Brazilian population are able to speak English fluently. And I'm sure that not all the 5% are in schools teaching. So if you see the ranking, this is from EF standard test. They take the test every year, and we never go up. We were going down and down. So we are the 59 in 2019 with a low level. We never go out as low, 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 always low. But we needed to improve. We needed the teacher to have good English to be able to give to the students good English and a good learning. So it was also for me. because I was able to be trained. I could listen to a foreigner speaker. I could learn from someone from London. We could have this exchange, and then it was also improving my English. And then when I go to my master, what was some contextualization? There is a demanding for technology resources. They want us to use technology. The kids are from the generation that they were born with technology. But we also needed to improve the English teacher proficiency. And we know it's a little hard because the teachers work a lot. So free time for improvement was really hard. And then I had the technology in the classroom, but it's not just the technology for the technology. It was a good use of technology, and it was a safe use because the teacher has the control of the technology and not something that the students go widely. Sometimes you bring technology and then the students are doing something else. And then we have native speakers that speak. And by they speaking, they provide teacher training, and teachers will learn with technology. And then I go to a theoretical reflection, and I researched about the history of English teaching in Brazil. I did all the research in 2018, so that time we didn't have the national basis, but we see Brazil connected to England since the colony time. And then we had the industrialization that we had to speak English to go through the industrialization. The old rules said that we have to learn English to be able to read and write. And on the national basis wants us to teach the four skills to the students to have them able to really communicate. And it also goes to the job market, to social improvement, international opportunities. So you have to communicate in class and how to engage those students to communicate and to be able to improve. So the methodology was a unique case study. I got really involved with the project. It meant a lot to me for my professional development. I saw the kids improving and raising their aspiration. They saw other opportunities because they were talking to someone from London. So it was exploratory, descriptive, and in a specific context. And when I go to the problem, again, we have English teachers training as one big issue, especially now with the national basis, how we are going to teach students to communicate if we are not confident ourselves. And we have the universities, they are looking for internationalization, but how can we make a university internationalized if you are not fluent in English? And for the job market, it's a demand. You must speak English. And sometimes speaking English gives you a better salary than having a degree. And we have to make students be willing to learn. But when we make students being willing to learn, we must be prepared because their demands are going to be high. And then we have to train the teachers to cope with all of these. But you know the reality in Brazil, many times teachers who teach in public schools, teaching 3, 4, sometimes even 7 different schools. So time is an issue for us. How can we have time to do the training if we have to work to support ourselves? So this would be fantastic because it's going to be a in-service training. The teacher doesn't need to have extra training, it's going to be training during the class. And what we have many times as teachers, we feel like we are alone in our job. It's the teacher against the students. And then I found somebody who I could partner with, somebody who would share the plannings. And it's not just the teacher giving to me, we exchange. So I say, oh, this work during this class, it didn't work really well. Let's do more of this or more. So we had this conversation, this friendship. It's really partnering up. It's a partnership. It's not something that I was just there sitting. And when I go to the data analysis, what you have, the British teachers emphasize the question of technology. So we need technology. There is no way of having a very good video conference with a low internet quality. So we need the quality of the internet, but it's also about the environment. If we have a noisy room, it will disturb the class. So have to consider the technology and the environment. And all the teachers from London, the teachers from Brazil, and also other researches that were made before my research found out that what really works is this partnership. Technology is important, but what makes the difference is this human aspect. So it's the more the teacher in the classroom wants to have the class with the remote teacher, the more the students will get engaged. We as teachers have a whole life of learners, and then we can share with our students our learning ideas and suggestions. We become closer to the students when we are there as a support teacher, not as the controlling teacher. Have the remote teacher teaching, and the classroom teacher is there also partnering with the students. So the more the classroom teachers get involved, the best for the students. So it's not just something, you can't have just one teacher. You need the remote teacher, but you need the classroom teacher. So it's not substituting, it's partnering up. It's really this question of getting together to empower everyone. So the more the teacher gets involved, the more the students will get it. So having this data in mind, I would like to bring you some questions for you. You can use the chat or the question and answer to write your ideas about these questions. But can and should technology play a role after the pandemic? And how can teachers from England help Brazil to make a change? Having these ideas in mind, I would go back to Mina.
Thank you very much, Mariana. Thank you for that. And thank you for sharing your master's research paper with us all. And I know that there hasn't been, and I'm assuming there will be from now onwards, but pre-COVID-19, there was very little research about video conferencing and its impact. It hardly existed. So Mariana's paper is one of the first in Brazil to be written about the effectiveness of video conferencing for remote teaching. So well worth going back and looking at, reading her paper. Now, we've just posed a couple of questions for you all, just so that you can put some answers in the chat for us. And while you're answering some of them, I'm going to talk to you about another piece of research that was done in the United Kingdom. This was by Dr. Warren Kidd at UEL. So he answers actually these questions. Should technology play a role after the pandemic? And he actually answers how England can help Brazil. So while you read this, I've got his paper here, which I've just printed off. It's been published. It was published in November 2019. We had no idea that COVID-19 was going to happen then. No idea whatsoever. So this is another research paper, one of its kind before COVID-19. And what Warren actually did, his research explored the practices of teachers based in England, synchronously teaching learners in South America. So his research paper mentions Brazil. And also, in his research, he undertook a 6-month period of a mixed method ethnography. So in that, he observed my teachers in East London when they were teaching from their classrooms. He also carried out structured interviews. He carried out occasional focus groups as well with the teachers. So he was observing lessons as they were being taught live to classrooms into Brazil. Now, in his findings, so I'm just going to skip to some of the findings. I've highlighted one there, but in his conclusion, and part of his conclusion, he found that as an observer, he felt that the success lied uniquely within the complex dynamics of the technology, which was exaggerated by the means to overcome distance. So it was the skillful manipulation of the cameras and its sources, and the pedagogic emphasis on the dialogue and interaction. And the remote teachers here in London, he also adds, there was an extra variable polycontextual contextuality of the classes because they were located in London. These were English classes from England. So that being said, and as you can see, this made the project, and he adds that the remote teaching is global and local at the same time. So it made the lessons authentic. And a lot of my remote teachers said because they were able to speak about what was in the news in England, about the British culture, about all kinds of different things that were happening in real time in England at the time, the students in Brazil, the students they were engaging with across the Atlantic, thousands of miles away, were made to feel closer to them. And another point that Warren makes in his paper, that this is as close to face-to-face teaching as you're going to get. It will never replace face-to-face teaching, but what it will do is support classroom teachers in Brazil, and it will enhance and act as a resource for them. So my teachers were a resource for the teachers in Brazil. There's a link on the PowerPoint slide there, which directs you directly so where you can download the PDF of that research paper that Warren has published. So now I'm going to talk to you about something just a week ago. This is an ongoing work right now. So this is my remote teacher now, Esther, as you can see, and she lives about 20 minutes from where I do in Northeast London. And you can see that she's connected with some teachers. And those teachers are from Colégio Phoenix, just outside Sao Paulo. Mariana, you're going to have to correct me if I'm not quite right with my locations for Brazil. I have visited Brazil, everyone, just to say. I've been to Bahia, the very south of Brazil, and Sao Paulo, but my Portuguese pronunciation isn't quite correct. But anyway, so I hope I've pronounced the school's name correct. And these are the English teachers that we were working with. And what Esther has been helping with, and what we've been helping with from Video Conferencing for Global Learning, is during lockdown and the pandemic, we've been providing teacher training. So the teachers, we did some research at the beginning for the teachers. And the teachers at Colégio Phoenix said to us that they're teaching English, but when they hear the English spoken back to them, it's coming from their students. And there are times when it's not always that accurate. And they find themselves not able to speak with native speakers. And they are worried that their pronunciation could be better improved. And they're looking for professional development. So during the survey, we tried to find out what the teachers are thinking while they were connecting to Esther. So they were really pleased. They've been really pleased to practice their English, speaking with a native speaker. It's been great for their career to do this course. They've been doing this after school, and that they're able to practice listening, speaking, and they just want to talk with a native speaker. And at the same time, we're teaching the teachers about our culture. So we're teaching them new vocabulary and speech that we would have, local speech that we would have here in England. And we're sharing resources and teaching ideas with them as well. So far, it's been a huge success for these teachers. They're finding it really useful. And so what Video Conferencing for Global Learning would like to continue to do is, and I know we've got teachers from all over the globe today, and this can apply to you also, but today I'm specifically speaking for Brazil. But we would love to support more Brazilian teachers with their English proficiency levels. And even having that 145-minute lesson with us a week can show that impact to help improve your English capabilities and fluency. So we also offer online training for pedagogy. and safeguarding, which I said earlier, which is really, really key when teaching online. So all of these things, when put together, can really support Brazilian teachers moving forward when they're working with video conference technologies as well. And video conferencing now enables us to connect to teachers at home. And my teachers are now at home as well. So the cloud platforms have enabled this. So it's brilliant that we can do this. And so now I'm just checking on the time. So now I've got some questions, and I am going to look at the chat on this now. And I've got a question. And I know some of you've probably already had some of you may have already had experience in teaching over video conferencing. And some of you may not have, but for those of you who have, and from what, or even the experiences that I've been speaking about, and Mariana, do you think it's the same as face-to-face teaching? Can I have some answers in the chat going on in there? So I'm going to stop sharing in a minute. And my second question is video conferencing a solution to the global pandemic crisis and beyond? So there's a huge teacher shortage crisis going on around the globe for English speaking experts, all kinds of different subjects. So where you can't get that expert into that remote part of the country. So is video conferencing, has it a solution for not just for the pandemic, but for beyond? So I'm going to stop sharing now. And I am going to look in the chat, and let's see if we've got any comments, and if Meg can help and Mariana can help as well. And we can read some of the questions or the answers to some of the reflection questions which I've just posed. So, right, so we've got, so Mariana, if you want to unmute with me, please. So someone says, depends on the objectives. I agree. So there are some subjects which you can teach very easily over video conferencing, and language being one of those, because it's spoken and heard, which video conferencing technology brings about. But other subjects which are very practical, hands-on, for example, science, for design technology, wherever it's more of a practical subject, it's a lot harder to deliver those practical skills. Even though the video conference part can deliver the objectives for the theory. And then maybe other parts of the practical work can be carried out using video clips or other platforms. Mariana, if you want to pick some comments, I'm happy for you to just choose something and you choose the next comment.
Yes, I saw some people saying things about total physical response. You have to have this engagement in both sides. During pandemic, I'm doing exercise through Zoom, so you can have exercise. It depends on your audience. And before I saw somebody asked about how to get students motivated to interact with the foreigner teacher. And that's the question. You have the foreigner teacher. That's a necessity. How can I go and talk? So we had the experience with the little ones and with grown-up teenagers from high school. And they really want, and they get engaged, all of them. The little ones were really funny. They want to ask something like, do you have a motorbike? And the grown-up ones wanted to show that they learned, they remember something. So it's really the question, this human aspect. Because when you say, go and do the work, but the teacher is there. The remote teacher is also the teacher. So have it. You have to adapt. Even games, depending on the game you do in a physical class, you can't do remotely, because I'm also trying that. But when you have the setting that we had, the remote teacher with the teacher and the students, so we were live teachers. It was not like the pandemic. When we had the result, we had the teacher and the students together, and with a teacher, a remote teacher. So we partner to have total physical response, we partner even to throw the dice and do games. So it was easier when you had all the students together. And as I said, the school was able to provide the good internet quality. So the remote teacher had a good internet quality and the school had. So we provided for those kids who may not have it at home. Now that we have everybody at home, the issue is a little bit different. But even for activities, if the class is engaged, you are going to do it because they want to have, and that's the question. Do they want to have? And sometimes we are not sure, and that's also when you have the partner up, when we are both far, we don't know if the students are engaged or not. So when we had this partnering up, the teacher with the students, telling the remote teacher, yes, they like it, although they didn't respond the way you were expecting, but they enjoyed it. They told me that they were a little bit shy. But now that we don't have this interaction to know how it is. So they are different when you go everybody at their homes and when we had the teacher with the students, because then we have a remote teacher that was just like the teacher was inside my class because it was a class yet.
Right, great. I'm just reading some more. Mariana, if you carry on reading some of the others and pick some out. I've just found another comment that it's not generally, it's not the same as face-to-face or actually physically being in a classroom with students. And I totally agree. I'm an educator myself, a former high school science teacher. And it's not the same as being present with the students. And the learning and the kind of work that you could carry out and the objectives you can meet are very different. And it's almost when teaching online, you have to change your objectives slightly and the way you teach. So the pedagogy behind it is very different now, teaching online. And you have to use other ways where you maybe integrate the chat, have another blended learning approach, have another platform available for the students to upload their homework, somewhere where you're putting up securely videos or pre-recorded videos of yourself, which the students can play back. So it's always useful to have other tools, and you can't use video conferencing on its own. And going back to the work that we were doing with Brazil and Mariana before, we didn't just use the video conference technology. We had a platform up. We were sharing PowerPoints. We were setting homework. Mariana was our other resource. We would team teach. So together, Mariana would have the books and the resources and on that side with the students. So that we would then be able to deliver the speaking part. So that was team teaching, but a situation that was able to happen before COVID-19. So now the dynamics changed for us all because there wasn't anybody with the students. They were at home on their own, individually on their own. So to carry out group work, it's a lot more difficult. On Zoom, you can have breakout rooms. So you can have a co-host and maybe go and take another teacher with a group of students and do some group work with them. So the different platforms and the professional video conference platforms like Zoom enable group work. And for assessment, there was another question. Sorry, Mariana, I'm answering a couple more. Keep reading. Another one said, well, how do you assess over video conference? Well, you can assess with a blended approach. So if you want to assess and do a formal assessment of students, you can do it over video conference and video link and questions. So there could be some kind of oral assessment which you could do. And the written assessment could be uploaded onto a secure platform that you could be using. You could even do an assessment where, and I was just thinking about this one, where if you had a video linked in on Zoom and you'd need two computers to do this, where a written assessment could take place if you were invigilating over video conference. So I have seen assessments like that take place as well, but for teachers, believe it or not. So there are ways around it. And I think we've all been forced to do this, even though there are lots of things, inadequacies that maybe the video conference platforms have, because it's not the same as face-to-face. But, and I can't stress this enough, that when there's a teacher shortage, when you need a teacher to support you with English, when you want teacher training and you need to get that expert into your classroom, and that expert isn't around locally. That expert can be in a different country or a different part of the world. The only way you can do that is through video conference. And in England, we want experts as well. We're looking for experts. As I said, for music classes, on the National Space Centre, museums, all kinds of experts that we want to link to. Who knows, we might even want to learn Portuguese one day, right? So there are lots of Portuguese speaking teachers in Brazil. So for that case, the only tool and the most powerful tool that can enable that to happen is video conferencing. Mariana, over to you. Do you want to pick another one, or Meg might stop us if we're running out of time?
I just saw in the chat some comments that as a teacher, I feel the same. And we never know. Kids are something unpredictable. So sometimes we have students that got more engaged because they are at home doing technology. And you see the student didn't do anything in class, and all of a sudden they start doing because we are speaking their language. And some students got out. We do depend on parents for everything, for them to provide the internet and sometimes for them to help teaching. And we can't count, and sometimes we can't blame the parents because the parents are not also able with this. I see my mother and my aunt, I have to help them with technology all the time. So they wouldn't be able to help me if it was the other way around. About some learning differences, like the kid that have lots of energy. Unfortunately, there is no rule because we are humans, we are unique, and that's what makes education so great. So I feel the same that you are commenting here. Sometimes I feel so powerless, and sometimes, yes, this time it worked. So it's really trying on. And that's why we say about teacher training, because then we are having more ideas. So when I'm in the class and I'm in the class again, I have ideas and I see it work. And then sometimes I try to replicate and it doesn't work. So it's really this question of trying and getting and failing. I saw somebody asked how to engage. I would say go to Mina's website and see the project she's organizing. You can get a group of teachers together that are willing to do some project. I know internet is still an issue. I know it's not just somebody mentioned about Africa. Who are from Brazil know that we teachers pay to work many times. Sometimes we have to print our own activities. Internet, we had to pay for the internet. I see some offices gave all the materials for the workers to work at home, and teachers have to provide by themselves. So I know these issues is not something only in Brazil. I know it happens in other places. It surprises me that even in London, some places you don't have internet access. So these issues, I think they are in a way international. We feel the same problems, but don't give up. That's the question. Even if you have a hard time the first time, don't give up and be a model. So you have to model the students that they should continue. Mina provided 2 works with Renee that was about the environment and something about the Black Lives Matter. And I worked with some teenagers from high school and they were not my students. I just sent to some teachers and they found out students and they cope far away. They got to through technology. So somebody from São Paulo, somebody from Aracaju, then the other time a different person from São Paulo, somebody from Salvador, and they did an amazing job. And I just watched. I didn't do anything. So that's the idea of providing them the tools for them to work on their own. So many times we want to give step by step to the students, but no, you just have to push them and let them go because they are, and that's what's fantastic. They are always able to go further than we will ever be. So it's just giving them, okay? So you provide some model and prove that you are learning, prove that you want to. Sometimes your class is not good, but they saw that you tried your best and they will understand and try to go even better for you. So it's also this question of this feeling, this connectivity. You have to be connected to your students. You must love teaching. And sometimes you get out of the class, just like run over by a lorry. But sometimes you feel energetic and find this energy inside you. Use the tools. You have many tools, as Mina said, use blended learning. You have tools to record videos and share videos. You have lots of tools. I think we're going out of time.
So
Sorry,
we
I
have,
was muted. Sorry, Meg, I'm just sharing the website and
no, it's
contact
okay.
details.
You have 10 minutes for Q&A. So we have some questions there. I don't know if you can see it or if you want me to read them.
Can you read them?
Yeah?
Please, thank you.
Okay.
Mina, somebody has asked to see the last slide again.
Oh, the last slide? Yes, I will put that on. Give me 1 minute. Okay.
And
Are we
somebody said
waiting?
about using different tools. Yes, we have to try. The students don't have a recipe to follow. I don't know if it fortunately or unfortunately. So we have to try, and the more we have, research. Find what tools you can have to provide it to your students.
We have a specific questions in Q&A, not in the chat. And some of them are really good. Somebody is asking how to deal with the students who have hyperactivity disorder during the lesson.
Right, so if the students are based, it depends if they're in a group, in a whole class situation, or if they're at home on their own. Because we've got different situations. So this is pre-COVID. If they're in a group, then your class, length of your class, it all depends. And this goes for the pedagogy of the lessons again. The younger the students are, the shorter their attention span. Those who are very hyperactive, I'm assuming that how you engage them over video conference is going to be for shorter periods of time. Whereas you would normally have a lesson for 40 minutes, 45 minutes, or 20 minutes. So shorten the length and use other kinds of videos and interactivity that you could use over video conference. So yeah, those are the tips I would give. But the length of the lesson definitely matters according to the age and abilities of the pupils. I've definitely seen that.
I saw one question about a big group. So big groups always a problem. I think we as teachers and students deserve smaller groups. One of my group that was really big, I divided them. So I'm teaching twice just to be able to see their faces because I felt the necessity of seeing their faces. But it's again the question of getting them involved. So the more you get involved, the best. Somebody asked about teaching adults. I know they are tired, but again, they should see a reason for learning. So sometimes we have to consider for ourselves how important is it to teach a student the present perfect continuous, and how important is it just to give key elements. And then I'm a little bit afraid because what people say, but when you go to Paulo Freire education, he taught adults to learn. And then in one test, he showed a bottle of water and a bottle of poison and asked, which one would you drink? So that's the question of education. Why I'm teaching them? So provide them with the things that will help them. Try to discover what they do, how English should help them. Because if you, as a foreigner, and Mina can tell you that I received some foreigners and they have a hard time in Brazil, even in touristic places, people don't speak English. So that when they are here, it's hard to eat, it's hard to move, it's hard to take a cab. So all the possibilities, all the jobs, if you speak English, you will meet a foreigner once, because Mina met lots of people who didn't speak English here in Brazil. So provide them with things that make them, and if they are tired, play a game. It's not a problem to play a game. They will be learning anyway. Have them laugh, tell jokes, even for the teenagers. Sometimes you feel like, oh, even the teacher needs a cup of coffee because everybody's sleeping. So change the idea. Don't keep it just to what must be taught, but teach something that is meaningful to them. Even if it's a game, you have lots of games, card games or something. Make it fun, make them want to be in your class. And if they needed to, okay, today we need to talk about a problem, listen to this. Sometimes you need to destroy a class just listening to the students to get them to give you more the next time. So consider it. It's hard for everyone. It's hard for us to teach it from home. It's hard for them to learn from home. It's hard for them to deal with teaching and working. And we know everybody's working harder from home than they do from the offices and from the factories. So try to get them motivated by knowing your students better.
One more question. The last one, we got just 1 minute.
Okay. We've got another one.
About assessment.
Yeah.
And something like, what do you really need to access? And that's the question. Is it so important? So maybe you can just an oral assessment. Although I'm afraid of oral assessment, I usually do it very informally for them not to realize they are being assessed. So you can go day by day. And then you can use the other platforms, as Mina said. Ask them to write something and send it by mail. Ask them to answer a form in Google or Microsoft. What about if they cheat? They will do it anyway. So you have to prove them. And I saw some students say, I wanted to study and do it better because I want to go to a good college. So you have to convince them that learning is cool, is funny, is important, and they want to learn much more than really getting grades. You can have Google forms. You don't know if they are doing it officially or going somewhere else, but in the end, they are lying to themselves, not to us.
Mariana, there was just one question that came up in the questions, not in the chat. With regards to teachers and training teachers, do video conferencing for global learning support other teachers around the globe? Yes, we do. We have teachers here in London, and we can support with training them to use the platforms, to be safe on the platforms, and also for, obviously, for supporting with their English fluency. And we will work with teachers in groups, which is exactly the work that we've just recently started doing with Mariana. So that's just one question that I've just answered quickly. So please get in touch with us. I left my details for you on the last slide. And we're always looking to support teachers in any which way we can. And video conferencing now enables us to connect wherever we are around the globe. So teachers can help each other.
So our next speaker is not here yet. I'm trying to communicate with her. Okay. I think something happened because she confirmed, right? But in this meantime, we can also answer some few more questions, okay? Okay,
that's fine. Shall we carry on doing that while you contact the speaker? Is that okay?
Yeah, I'm trying to reach her.
Okay, that's fine. So, Mariana, I've got a question for you. So when we were working in partnership, so when we had David, Amy, Esther in our classrooms, and you were with your students in Sao Paulo, can you talk about what made the students, because they used to come and do their homework for us. They used to come and talk on the camera to us in English. So what was it about David, Amy, Esther that got your students to just do all of that?
We should have recorded that, because people won't believe that my students asked the remote teacher, what's the homework for next class? It was the first time ever I listened to it, and they did. So they felt, they never spoke with anyone in English. If they spoke with someone, it was a Brazilian person speaking English. They say, I speak in Portuguese. It's my native language. So the teacher got them motivated, because it was just like they motivated the students felt connected. They want to know more about that person. It's a kind of ET in the class. So it's different from them, spoke a different language, didn't understand their language, had a different culture. So they wanted to know more about the students, and they want to know more about the teachers, and they want to impress the teachers. They didn't want to make it ugly. And then you have one student got engaged, the other one wanted to follow. So I think the presence of this person from London motivated them, because they are from a very poor background. So they had never spoke with someone from another country. And then there was every week they had one class with this person that is not just going there and throwing contents. The person wants to know if they are okay. They wanted to know if they did the homework, how they are. So they felt connected, and they wanted to make a good impression. They sometimes behaved better with the remote teacher than with the classroom teacher, because they want to make a good impression to somebody that didn't know their bad behaviors before.
Mariana, and if you can answer this one now. So let's talk about what we've been doing more recently. So you have been communicating with your colleagues in Sao Paulo while they were having the lessons from Esther. So these are the adults, the teachers, after a busy day of teaching at 5 p.m, happily log on and take part in lessons with Esther. So can you talk about what they've been saying to you, and why has that worked? What makes those teachers log on every week after on a Monday evening for English classes? So can you talk about what they've been telling you personally?
I think it's for all of us teachers. We sometimes feel like we are so into reading homework that we don't have time to read our favorite books. We are so into listening to students that we don't have time to listen to our best song. So then they have this opportunity, because sometimes if it's on your own, you're not going to do. It's just like, I'm going to do the exercise. If I don't have the teacher telling me, do the exercise right now, I won't do. So they connect to the class, and they are happy, because we are adults talking about everyday situations. Is not something like, oh, let's discuss about the theory of something. No, we talk about subjects that we are going to talk. But then we have to speak in English, because if we speak in Portuguese, the teacher won't understand us. And then we are listening to good English. She's providing us feedback on how to improve our pronunciation. She's giving more vocabulary. She prepares the class nicely, so we get a nice class. We got engaged. It's not something that she appears in the class, oh, what am I going to do now? No, she prepared the class. So we see she had worked for us. And then we have this conversation and this input, because learning a language is really about input. When we are basic, everything is an input. But when we become more fluent, we still need to get this good input. And then we have it different from the difficulties we have, because we are teaching students. We are usually better than the students, because sometimes we have students that are better than us, but usually our pronunciation is better than our pronunciation is better than their pronunciation. So when you go to a teacher that has a better pronunciation, and it will drag us up. So have this impression that somebody's giving us some help. to move upward. So it's really, we get engaged, and again, it's the question of talking to people. So although we are each person in their house, we are at the same time connected. So you feel like we are in a classroom and we really got involved.
Okay, Mariana, thank you for that. So finally, we just want to, while Maggie's just trying to connect everybody up, I think she's ready.
Not yet, but I can give you 5 more minutes because I have to give some. Okay.
That's fine. I'm just going to, right. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to share, let me just share something. And I want to talk something else about video conferencing and its impact. So let me just get to the slide I want to show, because there's an image I want to share, which I didn't speak enough about. So let's share this. So, oops. Let's talk about, sorry about this, everybody. Let's go up to the image. So here. So the point that I didn't talk more about in detail also was the fact that what video conferencing enables us to do is look at, it's the eye contact that it gives us with students or even with teachers when teacher training. So when a teacher wants to see other teachers and their reactions during isolation. So it's the eye contact. So many principals and head teachers across the UK said to me when the pandemic first arose, they wanted to have that video conference link with their students. They wanted to see them. They wanted to check on their health and well-being, even if it was just for 20 minutes to say hello to them. How are you? In the same way, head teachers and principals wanted to check on their teachers and staff to check that they were okay. And there's no other way that you can do this other than through video conference. And so the part that video conferencing plays is it's the eyes and the ears, which other technologies don't have and they can't provide. So if I'm going to share another image with you, so for here, so talking about the teacher professional development that we've been offering. So Esther was talking, she was talking about making a cup of tea. Her daughter was making her a cup of tea that day. And the teachers form a bond about, and she asked the Brazilian teachers to bring a Brazilian snack with them. So the bond that a video conference can form, because you can see and hear each other, is very unique. So video conferencing as a technology is so powerful. So if we use it alongside other tools, and I understand some teachers in the comments, they've been saying that, you know, how do you engage pupils for long periods of time? That you can't deliver that lesson when you see that they're switched off. I mean, the main thing you should do is expect all the videos of those students to be on. And something Mariana said, you could teach smaller groups for shorter periods of time. So you don't teach, you flip your lesson. So the task and the teach around projects that you put on a platform. There's lots and lots of ways that you can engage students over video conference. And I'm just going to go back to an image that we had here. So look at David here on the right-hand side. So David was sitting in our classroom in Wanstead here in London, and all those students were sitting together. So in that situation, we were able to do group work, paired work. We had Mariana in the classroom to help us. So we would say, right, here's a dialogue. Mariana, can you put the students in pairs? And then we want them to come up to the camera and repeat that dialogue to us. So when working over video conference with a group of students, and I would say 30 is the maximum to teach. The smaller the groups, if we had 20, if we had 15, the better the interaction was. And we know that even face to face as classroom teachers. Excuse me, the smaller the group, the easier it is to teach. So the same goes over video conference. And teaching large groups, more than 30, you won't get that engagement. How are you going to make sure they're all going to speak? So the opportunity that we were giving for those students in Brazil was the speaking, the talking part, back to us, the conversation. So the larger the groups, the less the conversation. And also going back to what's been happening during COVID-19. So during COVID-19, all the students are sitting individually on their own. So to get them to do paired work is more difficult because they're sitting in different locations. They're not in the same classroom. So that's where Zoom comes in, and Zoom has breakout rooms. So you can put 2 or 3 or 4 students together in one area with one teacher in one room, and then bring them all back for another discussion. Or you just teach in smaller group sizes to make sure that interaction is there and that engagement is there. So that's all from me, Mariana. Is there anything else coming up from the questions at all?
I've been typing some answers because they were very good questions.
Okay.
So somebody asked about the assessment. Again, don't be so hard on yourself. It's a different situation. We know that when we are with the kids, we are going, just Mina said, we are going to support them. We are going to see what they did in their homework. We are going to provide more feedbacks than online. So you don't need it to be hard on the teacher, but don't be hard on yourself. Don't demand more than you can do. So we were not prepared. It happened. Nobody was expecting that. It's different from some schools that have been with the time dealing with some technology in class. So some schools have started migrating to a blended learning before all this crisis, so they would be much more prepared. But I would say 99% of the schools were not prepared for that. And I saw someone also asked about content and language integrated learning. And again, video conference is a solution, because if I ask Mina, would you like a math class? She would look for a good math teacher to teach math online in English. So you can use a video conference also for content and language integrated learning. And we are asking these bilingual schools, how can you provide? It's a big issue. Everybody wants to become a bilingual school, but how can we be bilingual if English teachers not always are fluent enough? Other subjects are even harder. So there is a time where we will need somebody from London teaching us until we get our teachers prepared. And it's not just a question of fluency. Sometimes we are afraid. I was talking with Mina yesterday and I said, I want to rehearse, because many times we are afraid of what we're going to do. My coordinator said, record a video explaining the content. I said, no, I'm going online, you look for a ready video, because there are very good videos there where I don't have to put myself on a shame. So understand it, don't be so hard to yourself. And we understand that sometimes teachers are excellent, but they lack confidence. So you need the support to be more confident in the future.
Okay, Mariana, there's lots of things going on about class size, and I'm going to share, I've just opened up another PowerPoint from a presentation I gave on a previous conference. And I just want to share some tips, because a lot of you are asking about teaching remotely and how that can help. So let me just share this slide with you. So how to engage students online. So these are just some of the things that, some of the ideas that I wasn't going to speak about this, but now that we've got the extra time, I think, and there's a lot of interest from all of you asking about this. So I thought I can talk about this. So if you can, so this is my perspective on teaching English to students in South America. So we'd try and make the lessons as real as possible, bring in realia, showcase as much as we can. So the equipment that we had set up in our classrooms allowed us to have a second camera attached. So we could show artifacts to the students. We could put a map of the London Tube underneath the camera and do a lesson on directions. We would use real newspaper articles, show, you know, all kinds of fruit, vegetables from the United Kingdom. We would, yeah, the paired work. So this was much easier. Group work we would do because the students are all sitting together. Role plays, routines are always key. So let's talk about routines. So this is something that teachers often forget about. The minute you are online, it's as if all the rules you had in the classroom and the routines you would have in the classroom would suddenly disappear. You still have those rules and routines online. When you have rules and routines online, your lesson runs really, really smoothly. In the same way, Esther was speaking to me about the training she's doing with adults. You need routines with adults. So she has an objective. So Mariana's smiling because she's seen her do that. So she starts with an objective and she starts off with how's everybody? She has a chat. So with the students, with young students, you ask, what's the weather like in Sao Paulo? Talk about the weather in London. You start off with, how are you today? You have the same kind of conversation as the routine. You then do a recap on the work that you did before on the previous lesson or something that you've put up on a platform. And then you start with the content of the new lesson. And then the rules are, so that it's the same as if you were teaching and you stick to that format with young children. And also rules for safeguarding, they are key. So if you don't want to have the chat running, you switch the chat off because it may be disturbing the others, or you allow the chat only for you as the teacher to use. You leave a task at the end. So at the end of your lesson, you always say, right, so this is what I want you to do for next week. Or I'm going to put this student on the spotlight. Or we have the teachers on the spotlight, Mariana, and they had to prepare. So we gave them a bit of a homework task, was to discuss a lesson that they'd taught for 5 minutes and talk about it in English with Esther. And then Esther was going to give them some feedback. So the teachers were able to do that, and you follow up every time and you have rules. So that's going back to the lesson. But then there's rules online for safeguarding. The camera's on. There should be no adults allowed on the screen, just the student allowed. Yes, your time is with the students, not with any adults in the house at the time, if you're teaching online. There's a whole list of rules that you could have. You raise your hand to the camera if you have a question. The mics are always muted. If you understand, you do a thumbs up. Yes. If you're not sure, you raise your hand and then you're given permission to unmute your microphone to speak. So this is when you're engaging with groups of 20 to 30 students. But I know some of you have said that you've had many more than some of the numbers I've seen up here. I've seen about someone with 60 students, some with 35, 40 plus. That's a lot to teach normally in a class, but that's a lot to teach online with as well. So you're almost giving a webinar in that aspect. So in that way, because you're not engaging with them in that time so much, instead of a live video conference, you're almost streaming that lesson live. So why not deliver that on YouTube and record your lesson and put that up for them so they can play it back, because you've got such a large group. So that's all. Meg, anything else?
We're running out of time.
Okay.
I would like to thank you so much for your lecture, Mariana and Mina, and take advantage of our time, because our next speaker, she was supposed to be talking at 11:10. She apologized. She had an emergency. Renata Delaney with the talk about on the highway to TEL, Technology Enhanced teaching, challenges and opportunities. That's why we extended our talk with Mariana and Mina. But I need to give some inform here about the event. So I would like to thank both of you to be here talking, and also to tell you guys that Mina will be talking about the security. Let me try. Can I share the screen, or did you stop sharing, Mina? Or can I do it to show the? Can you see it? Keep young people safe online during a video conference. Can you see all? I can't see it because I'm with the other screen. Is it okay?
We can
Yeah.
see it. We can see it.
Yeah. This event will be on August 7th. Okay. So if you are interested, it will be another online free of charge event from Interconnection with in partnership with VCFGL. And Mina will be talking about, and me will be, we're gonna be talking about keeping young people safe online during a video conference. There is really important things in Brazil. I don't know where in another other part of the world, but in Brazil, sometimes we don't take permission to record kids or students, right? And this is really serious, a serious issue, and we, especially for safety of our kids and teenagers under 18. And Mina will be talking about this, which is her specialized area, right, Mina? And we'll be talking about this on
Yes,
the
it is.
next event.
Yes, Meg, it is. With over 10 years of working with video conferencing in classrooms, I have a lot to say on the matter, and especially I've been very worried for teachers and young people during COVID-19 using video conferencing platforms. So I have a lot to share. So to keep teachers safe and the young people safe.
Okay, so don't go now because I have to give you some news about the event, okay? Some notice. And thank you again, Mariana and Mina. And that's it. Okay, may we continue? We're gonna have a satisfaction survey, like a feedback form, and we're gonna post the link after we go back. So now I have some minutes because we can be here until noon. And these next events will be in Portuguese. We're gonna have some lectures in English. So that's why I wanna show, I'm gonna share screen again. But before telling you about the upcoming events, so I would like to talk about the raffle for today, okay? So we're gonna have one raffle about a TOEFL ITP course that will be given by Sandro. He's a TOEFL trainer, a teacher trainer, but it will be also in Portuguese, in English, of course. And this is about, it's for all teachers who would like to take this exam. It's a preparation course. And also, especially for those who want to take the to be enrolled in the PDPE program. In Portuguese, it would say PDPI, that there is a Fulbright program. And so go to my Instagram account, Megan Vibel, like this, and follow the rules. We're gonna raffle at the end of the event. And also we're gonna have these other, I wanna see the chat too, if it is okay. This other raffle is about an Instagram course for teachers. and will be in Portuguese. So if you don't know Portuguese, so you won't be able to participate. And it is, let me talk a little bit about it in Portuguese. I, I apologize. The international participant is just a minute. Júlio Vietas, consultoria, cedeu uma bolsa para nosso evento. Então, os professores que estão, que sabem língua portuguesa, que estão no Brasil, podem participar desse sorteio. Também está lá no Instagram. E é interessante porque vai ser um treinamento sobre como você se engajar no Instagram. E como você atrair mais alunos. Então, acho super interessante. Sigam lá o profile, meu profile lá do Insta, para participar, cumprir as regras e vamos sortear no finalzinho, no encerramento do evento, essas duas bolsas. Okay, going back to English, I'm sorry. So, we have some events. Let me talk about this quickly. So I'm going to put here, yes, I think this is only in Brazil, like the PDPI program. That's why I didn't talk in English. Sorry, guys. So I'm going to write my Instagram account. And if you want to keep posted about being informed about events like this one, because we're running some international events and we're running national events too. Okay, so these 3 events from today on will be in Portuguese, but in this event we're going to have this lecture in English with Mina, our last speaker, and I'm going to show you, and you can get you can register in all these events for clicking in this link right now. I'm putting the link. If you don't have an Instagram account, you can reach them in this link, Linktree IC program. There you can find a lot of events. Now I just posted those for August, okay? So let me show you quickly for those Brazilian teachers. The next one will be in August, oh my God, there are so many events, I just forgot. The 5th of August, it is about bilingual education. This will be in Portuguese. I'm sorry, because our speakers will be talking in Portuguese. And if you're interested in this topic, Brazilian teachers, you can go to this link and enroll. We still have openings. And also, let me share 2 more things before we go. No, not this one, sorry. And also we're gonna have an event about Education 4.0. It will be in Portuguese too. It will be on the 14th of August. It's totally free, and it's an event for you to inspire, experiment, innovate, and transform your classroom. That will be a lot of good themes. I'll be talking about this in my lecture this afternoon, about this revolution of education. And okay, one more thing, go there on Instagram if you want to participate. People are asking about the certificate. Yes, if you're enrolled in this webinar, during the afternoon, we're gonna, how do I say that? We're gonna share the link of our survey, and then when you fill in, you will get the certificate after. But you need to be until the end of the event in order to get the certificate. So be patient, because we have a lot of good things in the afternoon. So now I'm gonna say that we go back. We coming back again at 1 p.m. with the lecture. Today's teachers, tomorrow's students. Teach 2040 now, and then we're gonna have low tech and high tech new ways to make an impact on learning. After that, building rapport in English and online classes, going global, thinking creatively, how to innovate your classroom with online tools, and the last but not the least, right? Literacy encouragement through live video conference read aloud. So we have such great topics for today. And now we're gonna have a break a little bit before. I want to apologize. Our speaker was not feeling well, so she had to cancel. She had an emergency, but it's okay. We have a little bit more time to have lunch, right? So uh, we go back later. See you later. Bye bye for now. We're back. Sorry.
Hello.
Um, in some minutes, we're just gonna release the link of the survey because of some participants that are in Pakistan or Africa, and now there is more than 9 p.m. Okay, so just some minutes, and I would like to welcome you back and let you know that we're gonna have our raffle at the end um, of the talks, okay? And so please go to our Instagram account and follow the rules to participate. And don't forget that one of the rules is to subscribe to our channel on YouTube, our interconnection channel. All right. So don't forget any step so you will be able to get your scholarship to the Instagram course for teachers or the TOEFL ITP course also for teachers. All right. Um, I'm waiting for Barbara. Okay, so she's not here, so I'm going to introduce our next speaker. Let me share the screen. Vania Castro will be talking about today's teachers, tomorrow's students. Teach 2040 now. And she's a PhD student at a federal university in Minas Gerais, in Brazil, and a visiting scholar at the University of Illinois, USA. Her concentration is in emerging technologies in education. She has been helping EFL teachers to implement digital tools in low-tech environments. She was also a Fulbright Scholar at Florida State University in 2015 and 2016. Please welcome Vania Castro.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Maggie. Can you all hear me?
Hi, yes.
Great. So thank you so much for the invitation. And I'm going to share a little bit of what I've been studying the last months. And please let me know if you have any question. Okay, you can leave here in the chat. And right now I'm going to share my screen with you. Hello, hello. Okay, just a second. Can you see my screen, everybody? Let me check the chat. Yes. Okay. All right. So let's go. Let me check the time. 1:07. Great, great, great. I'm very happy and I'm very excited. But let me turn off my, I have some music going on here on my Spotify. Good. So I'm going to talk about today's teachers, tomorrow's students. Okay. So, but before that, I'd like to talk a little bit. Oh, wow, it's not opening. Okay, so but before that, let me talk about the agenda we have for today. So first, we're gonna talk about today's students. So I want you to help me in these parts, okay, connected to some challenges that we have. And then we're gonna talk about tomorrow's students and tomorrow's teachers. So we're gonna talk about some roles that each one will have in the future, but actually we can do everything right now. And so we're gonna discuss together, we're gonna have some ideas. So I'm gonna share some things that I created, and we're gonna go for reflection questions and finish this presentation. But before that, let me talk a little bit more about me. So I'm a person who loves the life. I love teaching. I love traveling. And if you see this third picture here, I am holding a framework. And this framework is to help teachers to use technology in education. And then I was in my office at not Florida, but University of Illinois. Yes, there is a song. Oh, I'm sorry. It was on my computer. Let me turn off. Sorry. So in this picture, I was holding a framework, and this framework to help teachers to implement technologies. And I believe so much in this framework. So I'm sharing some ideas in my presentation that comes from this framework. And I was telling my friend, oh my gosh, I'm gonna defend this framework because I believe this is gonna help my teachers. So my friend Vanya, let me register this moment. Let me take a picture of this. And this last picture here, this is where I lived when I was a kid. So I'm coming from a very simple place, and I'm very happy because education brought me to get to know the world and to teach and help teachers and students around the world. So let's go. Okay. So at this framework that I was talking about, that I was holding in the picture, and most of the things that I'm using here comes from my advisor in the US, Dr. Calantesis, and also Dr. Cope. So although I'm finishing my doctoral research at the University of Illinois, because actually my original university is here in Brazil, UFMG. So I've been working with them, and we have been studying and researching together. So, okay, so I'm gonna talk many things based on Calantes and Cope. So let me go for the next slide. Okay, so look at this. So we have some challenges in school that we face today, right? So I heard, so today I've been training about 10 teachers, okay? And they always complain, they always tell me, oh, these students, they don't do homework, students don't take notes, students, they don't listen to good music anymore, or students, they don't like to read, or they don't like to write anymore. We have a lot of distraction in the classes, disruptive talking. Students, they spend a lot of time on their phone. Does any one of you experience one of these situations that I cited in this slide? If yes, type one here so that I want to know. Yes, same, right? Most of the students, they don't do homework. Yes, homework. Okay, so look at this. Every time we have a problem, we have to understand why this problem happens, right? So why the students have been acting like this for so long time. So let's understand their profile first, right? See, I can see the comments here. So some people agree that they have these problems. So look at this. So let's understand the student's profile first, and then we're gonna see why they act like that, okay? And then we're gonna come up with some ideas that might help. So let's go for, if you take a look in the next slide. Okay, so look at this. We have the generation P. So I'm gonna make a comparison between generation P and the previous generation. So the first picture here, we have a radio, right? So look at this. I'm gonna start saying, but I want you to participate a lot in this chat with me, okay? So for example, in the radio, we have the previous generation, right? So some decades ago, our parents, they used to listen to the top 40 songs chosen by the radio stations, right? But today, the Generation P students, what they do, they like to make their own playlists, right? So one of the teachers that I've been training, her name is Carla. She created an activity that her students had to create a playlist for that this student would play for his birthday. And so look at this. the students, the generation P today, they are more active. So we need to have more activities that they will be active during the learning process because of this profile. So let's say that I give an activity that they are so passive, and then they tend to be a little bit bored, right? Because the activity is passive, but this profile, they are not passive anymore. So let's take the video game, for example, about the previous generation. The video games that the players, they used to be, I'm sorry, passive storytellers, right? But today, the generation B, they are part of the game. They play an important role during the games. They interact online with hundreds of players simultaneously as with other players. So they are active characters, and they decide the end of the game, the end of the story. So they all the time they are participating, right? So look at this about reading and writing. So I have the next picture. So what can you type here something about the previous generation related to reading and writing? So if we think about the practices of reading and writing, because some teachers say, oh, the students, they don't like to read anymore, they don't like to write anymore. But actually here in Brazil, when they say that, they refer to the literature books. But the literature books, it was about the reality people had some time ago. Okay, I can see your comments. So they like to read in the Kindle now. Reading is changing because the society is changing, the practice are changing. So look at this. They used to read books, right, in their spare time, but now they like to write. They like to write on microblogging, right? So they write on social media. Yeah, I can see all your comments, right? We have the fanfics. Yes, I'm reading all your comments. But now what they do, they don't have writing and reading isolated anymore. So they like to integrate those practices in virtual environments. Okay, so let's take a look at the encyclopedia. Right. I think the literature texts, they are very important. Yes, they have its importance, but I think we just need to rethink the way we are going to use them in education. I'm not saying that we don't have to use them anymore, but of course, we have just to change how are we going to approach our students, how are we going to use just the uses. We need to rethink and change it a little bit, okay? Let me see what else. Okay, about the encyclopedia. They used to be the greatest source when I was a kid of research. I used to do all my school activities, and I have some here today. But what happens today? We have this generation B. They go for online libraries, so we have much more resources today. We have more, right? So we have fast tools like Google Scholar and other ones. We have collaborate knowledge, for example, spaces where people go there and they implement whatever they know about on a specific content, for example, Wikipedia. And about the TV. The TV, the previous generation, they used to watch the programming, TV programming, that others used to choose for them, right? But today, they serve hundreds of channels, right? They make their own channels. The students today, they can be a designer, they can create content just using their personal phones or their personal cameras, right, on web. So basically, from all those reflections that we had right now, what is P in Generation P? Could you type here in the chat, please? P stands for, okay, I'm gonna say past. No, not past, print, almost there, not yet. Because we are comparing the early generation, so let's say our parents' generation with the generation today. Not there, not yet, not yet. Just one more guess. Parents present, previous, pop, it's connected to pop. So look at this. Generation P stands for participatory, because the students today, they participate all the time. right? When they participate in the video games, they decide the end of the games, when they create videos for the internet, when they create their own channels, when they create their playlists. So they are participatory. So that's the generation P. So let me go. Let me continue here. So now that we understood the previous generation and the students we have today, so let's take a look about tomorrow's students. Tomorrow's students, they will have abilities to solve problems creatively. I think that we all know that one of the abilities for the 21st century that is totally required is critical thinking. But I know that many educators, they are not implementing critical thinking in the class. But okay, it's not your fault. It's because we need to understand more how to do that. Okay, the tomorrow students will focus on developing mental balancing. They will take more responsibilities for their own learning. They will be more active in the learning process. They will use multiple sources for learning, be knowledge producers rather than knowledge consumers. They will have an ubiquitous smart devices. Okay, they already have today, right? But tomorrow, 20 years from now, they will connect all of them for learning. Okay, there will be more collaborators, flexible thinkers, capable of seeing things from multiple perspectives, bring their experience, interest, and voice to the learning task. This looks very good, right? But look, they will be able to do that. They will be able to do that in the future only if we, I'm putting myself in this group, okay, if we educators rethink the way we teach, rethink our teaching strategies, right? Okay, so right now I'm gonna start talking about the characteristics of tomorrow's teachers, okay? So that you can reflect all the time. If you are already doing that, you're going to see that everything that I'm saying here, it's based on studies. But if we pay closer attention, we can reflect, we can get the conclusion that we can be those teachers now, 2020. Look at this, look at this. Let's go for the next slide. So the first characteristics that I want to say is tomorrow's teachers. The new teachers are designers of learning environments for engaged students rather than people who regurgitate the content of the textbook. Okay, can you today be a designer of a learning environment? Can you, for example, use Google Classroom and make collaborative tasks for your students where they can be part actively of their learning process? Think about it, teachers. Think about it. Can you go beyond the textbook? Can you use other sources for your classes more than the print book that you have in your classroom? Can you use let's start with small steps. Can you use some Instagram profiles to implement your classes? For example, we have a concept today. One of my friends that I have that it's also an educator, it's called micro learning, where you learn with small portions. Oh, I'm sorry, my neighborhood is so busy, so you are listening to dogs barking here in Brazil. I'm sorry. So let's go for the next one. Look at this first one. They are professionals. Look, tomorrow's teachers are professionals who are able to create the conditions in which learners take more responsibility for their own learning. Do you think it's possible for you to start thinking about it and implementing it right now? Look, they create and they implement ubiquitous assessment for learning, not just at the end of assessment. Look at this. Today we have the traditional assessment, right? The summative assessment. But we teach the whole course, but just at the end of the course, you're gonna give some feedback for our students. Do you think, teachers, you that are listening to me right now, do you think it's possible for you to give some feedback during the learning process, to use some technological tools to help you to do that? Do you think it's possible for you to create any collaborative activities in which the students can provide feedback for each other so that can help you as a teacher, and also the students will have feedback from multiple perspectives? Think about it, because this is characteristics of the future teacher, tomorrow's teachers. Can you implement this right now? Think about your teaching practices. So now I'm gonna go for the second one. The tomorrow's teachers, they are comfortable with internet. Look, stop. Let's stop thinking about our traditional thinking. Can I be comfortable with the internet? Can I use more the digital activity, the digital media to thinking, implement teaching with my students? Okay, look at this. They are comfortable with the internet learning design and delivery platforms. Learning spaces are not just lesson plans or textbook or student's workbook, but it's everything together. With a look in a few more social networking or blogging sites. My question is, I'm gonna put this question for me as a teacher, can I use more than a book, more than a lesson plan in my classes? Can I use other resources for learning? Can I do that? Can I integrate everything? Can I integrate my teaching, my learning anywhere at any time with the help of the technologies? Can we use some platforms that we can have a closer conversation with their parents? Can we integrate more the parents in the way that we are teaching? Can we have a Telegram group including the parents, so the parents will take a closer look, will follow what you are doing today? Do you think it's possible for us to do that? So let's see. One more. Instead of closing the door of the classroom and doing their own thing, the new teachers are collaborative professionals. Can you be collaborative? Can you look at the educator that work in your school and collaborate with him, and not look at him as a person that you how can I say, like, as a competition? Can you look different? Sharing their learning designs with other teachers online, reusing and adapting other learning designs, jointly writing learning designs in teams, peer reviewing others, learning designs, team teaching in classes that can sometimes be smaller than normal or at other times bigger than normal. In other words, immersed in a professional culture of mutual support and sharing. So look at this. I see today we don't have a good communication between the universities and the communities, right? I think a big goal for us is to get closer to the teachers from high schools, elementary school, from the regular schools, and we can be together collaborating. But also we need to improve the communication with the parents, because if we understand better what's happening with our students, we can design a better learning instruction for them. Okay, just two more characteristics of tomorrow's teachers. The new teacher manages multifaceted learning environments in which not every student has to be on the same page at the same time. Look at this. Traditional learning, one student have to raise their hand, the hands to talk, right? So let's take here, let's suppose this is a class in Zoom right now. You can talk at the same time as me, but I'm gonna talk orally, and you can also have a great discussion in the chat. You can talk at the same time as me, okay? There is no problem. In the same way, can we create an learning environment in which some students, they are faster in one thing, they can be in one part of the project. Can you create a project in which different groups of students in the same classroom will be doing different tasks at the same time? With the expanding habits of collaboration and the increasing use of online tools, teachers grow accustomed to creating and more engaging learning tasks and learning environments more suitable for Generation P. Okay, so let's rethink, teachers. That's our goal today. If I get you to rethink what you are doing, I'm gonna be so happy for that, okay? I'm trying to read the comments and present at the same time. I'm gonna go for the next one. Just think about it, think about it, think about it. Okay, so right now, students need to learn how to learn in new ways, right? Okay, because why I say new ways? Because we have new resources for learning, right? We have we have a flow of information. What will the students do with so much information, with a lot of things on the internet? How can I make Vania Castro, how can I make my students learning in a different way? How can I make they be more active in the learning process? Look at this. I read in 100 websites. You have to create critical thinking in the classroom. You have to assign tasks that the student have to think, have to solve problems. Look, if I just continuing focusing on grammar, I don't think the students will be a critical thinking or will solve problems, right? And then I've been thinking about this all the time, and how can make this more clear? How can I put this in practice, right? Let's take a look at some ideas. I don't know if it's gonna be, we'll attend every context here, but let's first compare the traditional assignment with a new idea that I have. So look at this, what I want. I want my students to think critically to solve a problem using the language, okay? So in the traditional assignment, it could be something like this. The teacher writes the content on the board. For example, let's take a grammar topic, should. Okay, the teacher will teach should for the students, right? I see a lot of teachers saying, okay, today we're gonna learn simple present. Today we're gonna learn should. Okay, but what about the abilities for solving problems in the classroom connected to this? Okay, so let me continue. Let me continue this. Okay, see if you agree with me. If this is traditional. Okay, students take notes because the teacher will write on the board. We have some examples with should on the board, right? And then the teacher waits some minutes so the students take notes, right? To copy them, and then the teacher explains the examples. Then students open their books and answer the exercise in groups or individually, right? The teacher corrects the activities orally, sometimes using the board or the PowerPoint, and then the class is over. Do you think this is a little bit traditional? Okay, think about it. And then we have the assignment. What's gonna be your homework, your activity, my students? Okay, students are given a prompt with instructions. They write up their assignment, they hand in. Students get feedback for their work with a grade and sometimes a few comments, right? But this is the most challenging part for the teachers that I've been living with. How can I transform this teaching here in a way that I'm gonna use other sources, or that I'm gonna make my students a little bit more meaningful, right? How can I put a problem? Because all the time, the students, they have to solve problems, right? We need to get the global to the local. The theory seems to be very significant, but when my teachers have to create, it's a little bit challenging because we educators, we are not used to implement practices, get the theory and put in practice, right? But I've been creating some activities because I've been reflecting all the time. So the activity that I create today, I think it's not gonna be so good tomorrow, but that's our exercise. You have to rethink, and rethink, okay? Let me go for the next one. So I put here the same activity, okay? The grammar topic is gonna be should, right? So students will connect two grammar topics, right? In this activity, should plus verb to be or simple present. And then I wanna put critical thinking in that activity. So look, I'm trying to transform this traditional assignment using the abilities the students from tomorrow have. They will solve a problem. What's the problem? They have a person that wants to get more followers on Instagram, for example. Okay, and then they have to give a name, so they have to describe all this person's profile, okay? So they have to give a name for this person, describe his nationality, likes, dislikes, the niche, the personality, the bio. Simple sentences if it's a basic level, okay? So, okay, her name is Anna. She is from Brazil. She likes traveling. She likes, I don't know, ebooks, And then first I have the students can be in groups to create a person, okay? Or can be a real person too, okay? They will decide because they have to take more responsibility for their own learning. Students will find out solution for this problem. What's the problem? This person, he wants to get more followers. So they in more engagement. So they will make a research, look for how can I get more followers? How can I get more engagement on my Instagram? So they have to research. So they will learn about the world content using the language. And then the person will use the grammar when the teacher explains, this person should create savable contents. This person should write longer caption. This person should create more video content. This person should pay closer attention. So look at this. I'm using the grammar here to create something that's going to be meaningful. And also they can use this if they want to have more followers on social media. They can use this for them. So we're taking content from the world, real problems that we have today, and using the grammar in context. When the students will produce the biography of this person, when the students will create the final part, they will need the grammar. And that's the time that we should teach grammar a little bit more contextualized. Another idea, another problem, what we have today, one problem. So we have to get real problems and students have to solve these problems, so they have to think critically. Loneliness and stress during quarantine, right? So you should, okay, for example, let's take this topic. You should do for yourself during self-quarantine. So students will create solutions for these problems. They will produce multimodal representation, because at the end can be an infographic, can be a video, can be a post for a social media, can be a TikTok video. So during the production, they will need grammar support and some feedback from multiple sources, feedback from the teachers, from their peers, feedback from experts. And also the teachers can act like they can select quality videos, quality material from the internet to support these students. So taking another example that the traditional class they should, this person should have an online get together with their best friend once a week. And then also you can take this problem here to teach routine. Okay, students will record their routine during quarantine. They don't even need to show their faces on the video if they are shy, but they can just show a picture of a food that they are having breakfast. We just need to take all the problems that we have today, and then we can contextualize more, okay? Those problems, taking the students' context, okay? Let's see what else I have here. So look at this. There is so if we take TikTok as an example, let me show you this video and how can you rethink this video for your teaching. I'm sorry, there are so many people from other countries, but you are gonna understand this in the next slide, okay? So I have this video here. I don't know if this video will play. Let me see. So this is called the Christian person check. In one side, the person will write, I've never. In the other side, I've done that, okay? So for example, one student will use their voice and the other student will choose the alternatives. Based on that, one of my teachers created an activity also using should. So what you should do in the quarantine, the teacher said, oh, okay. Should you go out with your friends during the quarantine and then you walk to the other side Let me see if I have this video. I don't think I have this video. For some problem is not playing, but no problem. One more time. While I wait for the video playing, let me see what you were commenting. Okay, I have some examples in Portuguese, but I'm gonna make sure that I can translate and make a little bit more clear. Maggie, when it's 5 minutes to finish my presentation, please let me know, okay? But I'm almost at the end.
All right.
Okay, look at this. You're gonna open your TikTok, and then this is an example of me. I created this today just to explain you. You open your TikTok, and then you're gonna click in the word effects, okay? You're gonna find this second picture, all those effects, and then you're gonna look for this effect here that you can type one word on the right side and type another word on the left side. And from that, you can create millions of activities about anything. The person have to speak. Okay, using speak, the person have to write, the person have to create, the person have to choose, the person have to use some gestures because the person have to walk from right to left, okay? I don't know if it's clear, this activity. I don't know if it's clear, but okay. I think it's clear. Okay, it's easy to use, all right. And then you as a teacher, you can create the activities or you can assign students to do. Okay, now ways teachers use TikTok: connect with students, network with other professionals. There are millions of teachers on TikTok right now, and they are using that characteristics of the tomorrow's teachers that I mentioned in the previous slides, okay? It's like having a teacher the whole conference in the palm of your hand, enhance and learn, share tips, play games. I have some examples. This is a tutorial on how to use TikTok. I used TikTok before. Oh, okay, let me show you. I have just 2 examples for you right now, just for you to have an idea, but let me see if it will play. So this teacher is teaching verb to be in 30 seconds. It's not gonna play, but I left it open here, just a second. Look, I wanna recommend some profiles for you to follow on TikTok, okay, teachers? So the first one is the bored teachers. So look at this example here that I separate for you.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. All right, class. Ay, bendito, nene, por favor, presta atención. All right, let's keep it going with the alphabet. N is for. O is for. P is for. Q is for. Whoa, 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 whoa. All right, class. Ay, bendito, nene, por favor, presta atención.
Okay, so let me show you another example here from this teacher. She is teaching math. Look how creative she is. Okay, I'm gonna show you another one from this teacher. Only 30 seconds, okay? It's fast. Oh, it doesn't want to play, but I have all the links for you, okay? You can watch it later. For some reason, it doesn't want to work, but no problem, no problem. Now I want to show you, of course, an example made by me. These are some tips that I am sharing. Oh, okay, this one. Last example.
Em 30 segundos, check. O verbo to be significa ser ou estar. Em frases como eu sou feliz ou eu estou com fome, utilizaremos o verbo to be. Diferente dos outros verbos, ele apresenta 3 formas no presente: am, is, are. A conjugação correta fica assim: I am, you are, he is, she is, it is, we are, you are, they are. Eu sou feliz. I am happy.
30 seconds. You can follow this teacher
Verbo to be
here.
em 30 segundos,
É
check.
Alexandre
O verbo to be
Domingues.
significa ser ou...
Oh, okay, Alexandre Domingues. He has those quantity. So he plays games here. He teaches math. He teaches English. He teaches alphabet. All the games are so smart. Most of the games here, we have to think. We have to think all the time. Let's see. Okay, let me see what else I have. I have so many things to say, but I'm almost at the end, teachers, I promise. Oh, okay. If you don't know where to start, you can follow what those educators are doing, and then you can inspire you, okay, to have some ideas. So in 24, just conclusion, Meg, teachers won't stop teaching. They will just recreate the way they teach. A grammar mistake. But look, can you continue recreating the way you teach now? Of course you can. The teacher will use a hybrid teaching model, like this teacher I just showed you. Teachers will use different media that will allow simulation of all kinds. Can you do it now, teachers? The educational system is extremely concrete. So the teacher will continue even though we have a lot of artificial intelligence coming, okay? They will promote social-emotional education, mutual respect, and appreciation of the other's perspective. Think about this, teacher. I really hope that I can contribute to your thoughts, but I want to show you this thing for you from UNESCO, distance learning solutions for you. Last slide, because this is gonna help you a lot. You're gonna thank me for showing this from UNESCO. Why the internet is a little bit slow, but look, you have the distance learning solutions, you have resources to provide psychological support, management systems, basic mobile phones, MOOCs, learning distracted learning. Oh my gosh, you have everything to help you, teachers. Let me go for the next one. What did I do? We have just one more slide. I wanna finish with this sentence. You don't have to be so good with technology. You have to have your mind and your heart on the right place. Okay? Thank you. Let me know if you have any questions or clarifications. Please follow me on my Instagram, Teacher Vania, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. Let me stop sharing.
Thank you, Vania. You got 4 minutes to answer any question you want.
4 minutes?
4.
Okay. So I'm not late. Let me see. Hello, Vania. Thank you for the amazing talk. Have you ever experienced any situation made your colleagues actually never share anything? Yes, I have many times. But what I have to do, I have to change my posture to change the other ones. So if the teachers see that I am always willing to help them, willing to share what I know, they will start changing, okay, step by step, because every change requires time, process. For example, you have WhatsApp group to share materials, your colleague love your materials, but they stick to the step. I don't know how to do it by myself. How to motivate them and be more active in your own lesson planning, because you have to take the first step first. Let's see what the other educators are doing, because we have millions of people on TikTok. We have thousands of educators on TikTok. They have so many likes and followers. What are they doing? Okay, now I see what they are doing. Can I do this? Yes, I can. And then I can start creating some examples to show my students, and I'm gonna see their reactions. From those reactions, I'm gonna be more motivated. Okay, let's say you have a problem. if I give you a solution for your problem, of course you're gonna believe in what I am saying. Okay. I could spend hours talking about it. But if you want to send me a message on my Instagram, I'm going to be happy to have a discussion with you, to share more materials and more ideas. Do I have more time, Maggie?
Actually, no.
So, but I want to recommend one more teacher. Can I?
Yes.
One of the most creative teachers that I know. Follow her, Maggie. She has been working with creativity for years. She has lots and lots and lots and lots of ideas. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, Vanya, for being a speaker again in another event. Vanya is coming with us, wow, since 2018. She works with technology for a long time ago, and since 2018, has been a speaker in our events. So thank you so much for sharing tips and all these cool things about technology, right? Okay, Barbara, it's yours now, your talk.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Stefan is an English language teacher, a trainer, and adjunct lecturer based in Rio de Janeiro. He has been learning to teach a new lesson every time he steps into a classroom for the last 23 years, and lately has set his efforts on equipping teachers with the language proficiency, the methodological know-how, the digital literacy, and social-emotional skills to thrive in the classrooms today. Welcome, Stefan.
Okay, thank you for that warm welcome, Barbara. Thank you. Thank you, Megan. Sorry. And welcome, everybody. So first thing I'm going to do is share my screen. Well, it's good to see so many people participating in this event. I see you have some familiar names, Deborah, and some people that apparently were my students. Thank you for, saying hello, leaving your messages. I try to interact as much as possible with the chat, and of course answer the questions as well. Okay, so what I'm going to do first thing, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Yes, it's people saying hello. Yep, so great to see you all. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, you should be able to see this now. Okay, so focusing on low tech and high tech. So we just had a really nice presentation talking about several ideas, creative ideas to get students involved, get teachers engaged with technology. And my focus, it says here, is making an impact, right? And at the end of the day, remember that what matters is the teacher, right? The technology is, of course, going to make, it can help, it can boost learning, but we are the ones who are going to really make the difference. That's why I put here low tech and high tech, and I try to do that. A lot of my presentations talk a bit about this difference, how you can maybe do the same thing with technology or without. Why is this important? Since we have been 5 months now into the pandemic, the fact that we have been not been able to have face-to-face sessions, have been forced to stay at home and teach from home, teach remotely. We need to have or provide, say, options that are not always internet-based, web-based, or that require internet connection, because not all of our students do have these tools available. So this is one reason that it's forcing us to think of alternatives, right? So what I'm going to do is take a look at that as we work through these slides, right? So we're going to bring some tips and also think of ideas you can use if you don't have the internet or students have connectivity issues. So you're going to think of the offline and the online at the same time. Okay, great. Let's see if I can move my slide here. I hope I can move it. So I wanted to start off with a little inspiration. So I hope you can all feel inspired by some of the stuff I'm going to share here. So this is what Einstein shared, where he said that we provide the conditions, and I just said that about technology. We don't teach, we provide the conditions. So we can work with the tools, understand what we want to do with these tools, and put them to the best use, right? So it's up to us really to get that done, right? The next quote, take a look at this one. Zig Ziglar, great thinker, philosopher, educator. So talks about determination to learn, and we want to make sure that students feel determined. The only person that can really want to learn is the student. All right, we can try, of course, we help them, motivate them and everything, but we have to make sure that they feel driven to learn. So our job again is to, so as much as possible, encourage this passion, this drive, this motivation to get learning in place. Another thing, we have children must be taught how to think, not what. And we say this a lot, but really, I think this is what to think about this, or to consider this point, because of the situation we are in right now, where we need time. And I'm not talking about what's happening in the world, I'm talking about learning. The fact that we have to learn at home, it's sometimes lonely, and we are deprived of this face-to-face connection. The collaboration is there sometimes through these tools and technology, but it doesn't actually substitute that, this human connection that we need, right? As we are social beings, right? Okay, great. Well, let me see if I have any comments, anything people are saying there. Thank you very much. Thanks for the welcomes. Everybody's in the welcomes. I love the welcomes. Really good. All right. So another one here. Paulo Coelho said it, right? Learning is possible. Make it possible for yourself. Okay. So I demonstrate, I show you, I give you the, let's say, the means, but it's up to you as the learner, right? So see, I'm focusing a lot of things related to giving or providing opportunities for learning to take place. And finally, learning is defined, organized, and completed by the learner. So you see, if we can make our classes more student-centered, it gives them the chance, and it's defined by the learner. He or she decides, okay, this is what I want to, this is how I want to learn this, and as a teacher, we can say, okay, I can help you get there. Let me help you organize, let me give you the necessary support in terms of not just organization or orientation, but sometimes the knowledge, because as learners, we are maybe the more experienced learners. That's what we are. So we try to show them what we've been there, especially we talk about language learning, we show them the ropes. Okay, so let me teach you or give you a little tip here or there on how you can improve. All right. So all of this to help you understand some of the focus, or let's say the main reason of this presentation. It is to help us get students to focus on their own learning. They can become owners of their learning. They can personalize this experience, right? And we talk a lot now about student-centered learning. We need to understand what student-centered learning is. Of course, the end, our let's say, the person we should always think about when we plan our lessons is the student, but plan our lessons in a way that students can actually contribute, and somebody saying, yeah, making students responsible, yes, and not just making them responsible by, being demanding and calling them or always reminding them that they didn't do the homework, but showing them the importance of that, right? Showing them the importance of maybe studying and how much they can benefit from studying on their own, not just in the classroom, taking time to organize their notes, to get their ideas together. That's it. That's what is important, okay? So our role then, yeah, allow them to interact. I saw the comments there in the chat as well, right? Allow them to interact. Yep. So the more interaction, more collaboration we can get from students, the better. And if we think about it from the perspective of language learning again, but specifically if you want students to speak, want them to talk, want them to practice the language more and more often, freely, we might not be able to do that if we are always at the center, if we are conducting the classes, and if we give them an opportunity to talk. That's why we have what we call pair work, we have group work. Sometimes students may question that, but show them that this is why I give you pair work, why I give you group work, because you have an opportunity to work with people at your same level, who are just like you in the same boat, and you can gain from each other's experiences to learn together. So our job then is that of assessor, consultant, we orient as orientation officer and coach. Why not, right? We are doing all of that. Great. He doesn't like studying English. Yeah, somebody says he's not motivated. Yeah, I think this is it. They may not be motivated to study English. Maybe they are, and sometimes you may have students who want to learn other languages, who are much more connected with other languages. And maybe as parents, we think, well, they need to learn English because English is the language of the world. It's the lingua franca. So you may have this concern, oh my God, how can I get him to be motivated? Again, this motivation might not be intrinsic. There are two types of motivation. We're going to see that. So it can be intrinsic or extrinsic. Intrinsic meaning that I don't need to know that English is the lingua franca. I love English. I love reading. I love listening to music. And I do that because there's this passion or some connection that I've had with the language. If it's extrinsic, for example, because I need English to get a promotion, or that I'm preparing for an interview and I need to do that in English. I have to take a test to study, to get a scholarship to go to another country. I need English for that. So that is my extrinsic motivation, right? And this is much harder when it's extrinsic than intrinsic, usually. But okay, I think the best thing, already answering that question, right, is to look at how you can bring up maybe opportunities and, well, not just opportunities, but situations where they will need to really use the language. Not because you told them, oh, you need to do this. I've learned this a lot of times, especially in the past when I started teaching. They used to tell, especially teenagers, you're going to not regret, but you wish when you get older, you're going to wish that you had studied English now. You know, they're not going to see it. They don't see the benefit maybe of it at that point, right? But if we can connect with something they see through maybe celebrities that they like. Give quick examples. I have a student of mine who really didn't hate English, but he was always very, in terms of participation, very low in participation, not eager to do any of the exercises, spoke Portuguese all the time because he's a Brazilian student. So he didn't speak any English in the classroom, and we wanted to have English-speaking environment. Everybody speaking English all the time. And then I discovered he was a big fan of the Liverpool football manager, Jurgen Klopp, who is German, right? Excuse me. And I discovered he's a big lad. He read his biography in Portuguese. So what I did was started bringing in tweets from Jurgen Klopp in English, short videos where he would give interviews in English. He's German, so he still has a very strong accent. So but I showed him these videos, and I got him to interact, and we talked a bit about what he was, Jurgen Klopp was saying in the videos, you see, and he began to, make some connections with it. I asked him if he wanted to say something, to send him a message. So through that, I asked him if he wanted to maybe write something to Jurgen Klopp in English, you see. It started from there. So it's a really, really small step, but it's one way of working with things that are interesting for him. So it was an interest that he had, not in English, but because he read about Jurgen Klopp, he found his life story interesting in Portuguese. So I took that and kind of used it to attract him to things that Jurgen Klopp would talk about in English, the interviews and everything. So this is what we need to do and this is what we need to do as teachers. All right, great. So it's connected to all these things here. If you think of, we want to get students to be independent, right? We want to make sure that they know the content. We want to give variety. You want to get evidence of what? Evidence of learning, that they are actually learning, not necessarily getting 10 in a test, but making sure that they understand that they can use the language that you are teaching them in this case. Explore multiple perspectives from the student's view, right? And what we got here, differentiation. What I'm talking about here is, see again, knowing that I have students, all of them have different tastes, unique in each sense. So providing maybe the same activity, but asking students to do different things with the same activity. So that I know that some students are much more, I wouldn't say they're visual. I don't like to use, it's not very useful to talk about just one student visual, more visual with this, but their preference is for visual content. So one student is really up for visual content. So they like to read things and just look at images. Another student sees visual content as pollution. Yeah, they prefer this text. So the same activity I could provide with giving them an image, and the student works with the image and the other student would work with the text, and then they come together and share their ideas. See, so that's the idea of differentiation. Yes, okay, we have some people commenting there. I'll move on and then I will come back to some of the questions, or if you have any questions as well in this. So here's some quick ideas we can do to help students with these things and maybe motivate students again. So we all use search engines, no matter what language we're using search engines in our own language. But if we get maybe to do quick exercises this in English as well, and remember that search engines are, they're not doctored, but what happens is that they adapt according to your search. So every time you search for a specific topic, it will give you the future searches will be based on the previous ones. So they tend to send only messages related to the topics that you look for. So it becomes a bit biased. Yeah? So what we need to do to kind of vary that, right? Use different search engines, not just Google, not just Bing, but look at some others like, DuckDuckMe, go to Ecosia, look at Quora, look at others that can give you different perspectives, right? Go online, look for some other search engines. Yeah, there are many others actually. Many people don't know that, but we have many search engines available. Yes. So people are talking about, yes, oh, I don't speak Portuguese, but well, I'm going to come back on those comments you put in the chat. Very good. Another tip I give, sometimes not here, social media. Use hashtags to conduct searches inside social media. Get them to work with the hashtag, specifically on Twitter. Without the hashtag, Twitter is just one big field and feed of messages, right? But if you know the hashtag and you can find things according to the topic that you're looking for, the hashtag is able to help you organize your content there on Twitter, but also on other social media. So getting them to use hashtags can be useful, right? And also thinking about non-tech situations, or when we don't have a lot of technology available, what can I do? Come on, use your smartphones for phoning, because we use smartphones for everything else but phones. We don't call anybody anymore. But why not use this to get in touch with public institutions to find information that we're looking for online, searching for information. If you assign tasks for students in this period of isolation and students still have to be at home, what we can do is ask them to make phone calls, provide them with the phone numbers for these institutions. They make calls to find the information they're looking for, to do some search or maybe research, just phoning and calling their friends or calling other people, right? And you can do that by also getting in touch with them on the phone, right? So this is one little tip. Another thing here, I'm giving you some, let's say, description of what this is. So this is another tool you can use with your students. So it helps with focus and attention. It promotes active learning, boosts comprehension, and helps teachers helps students prioritize their learning. What else? Attention span, organization, and creativity. What am I talking about? Yes, note taking. That's right. So getting students to take notes, even while we are online, I think this is also important. Even though we are doing a lot of things online, everybody's with video conferencing, we're using smartphones and everything. I always tell my students when we start our online classes, I ask them, where is your notebook? Really physical, pen and paper, get it out there and let's start making some notes. Yeah, yes. And take notes of that, right? And at the end of the day, I ask them to share the notes or talk a bit about that. We go back to see this. So note taking is very important, right? It's not just a manual skill, but it's important to help keep the focus there too, right? This is what happened when we had face-to-face classes, right? When, as a teacher, I would put everything on the board and students would just come with their phone and boom, take a picture. I'm not against that, but I think it's good that you encourage them, even if you're going to take a picture, but go and take some notes there. Because while you are interacting with the content and what I'm saying, this mental process is also being exercised there, right? It's put into place. So this is very important you to take notes. You see, this is not note taking. It's important to do it like that. Great. Another idea, of course, if you're working remotely, right? Think about that. They take notes. So at the end of the lesson, maybe the last 5 minutes, again, things that you remember from this lesson, 3 things you want to remember, take quick notes, get them to doodle. Doodle meaning just to draw something. Just maybe they can represent it in drawing, they can create an image that represents their learning. Okay, so that's very important at the end of the lesson. And then you could also ask, you take your notes. If you don't have the internet, there's no internet connection at the time, use your camera, take a picture, share it later when you do have the internet, upload it to the cloud, and students can then access it when they have internet, if they can access the Wi-Fi or something like that. All right, so these are some possibilities I think that is important. A next important tool that we see is becoming more and more popular in learning, and it goes without saying, but it is important. It does add up that we use it so much, is the use of quizzes, right? Game-based quizzes. So you think of Quiz-Iz, you think of Kahoot, you think of Socrative, you think of all of these online tools. BuzzFeed also allows you to create quizzes for your students. You can use Google Forms to create your own quizzes, right? And put a little game element into it to make it fun for students, where they can get points, where they can win, they can get some bonuses, and so on. So what is the risk? We can't use quizzes all the time, so we can't overdo. Remember, too much of a good thing is always dangerous, okay? So try to use them, yeah, but what I do with quizzes, especially if you have quizzes online, like Kahoot, like Socrative, like Quiz-Iz, as I mentioned, they give you reports at the end of each quiz. They tell you how many, who got the right answers, how many people got, how many students in the group actually got it right, what were the most difficult questions for the group, how much time they took to answer the question. So this kind of information can be useful for you, because then it tells you what you can plan for the next lesson. So use that, and also use it to discuss, not just for yourself, but discuss these results with your students. So let's go back and see what you did wrong. Quizlet, I forgot to mention Quizlet. Quizlet is also a very useful tool there. Go back and see what went wrong, or what you need to improve, or even use that moment to explain further. So yes, I saw that number 6, it was the longest question. Everybody took 3 minutes to do this, or on average. So you can go back and talk, or you can plan your lesson from there, right? Discuss new content. I think this is important. So if you don't have the internet, what can you do? Yeah, print out the quizzes. If you have it's available at your school, you print it out and send these by regular mail. Yeah, snail mail, no, regular mail. Go to the post office, send it like a little postcard or something, and students send it back if you don't have the internet connection. Because again, we may not all have access to internet at this point in time, right? So to make it easier, do that. Okay, this is another possibility. Audio and video. So of course, we are in an audio video generation. We have podcasts, we have videos. We mentioned Instagram, TikTok, IGTV, etc., YouTube, you name it. Yep. Okay, wonderful. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Yeah. But we often use them to kind of set the stage for the content in the lesson. We kind of provide it as a lead-in to teach. So we ask them to listen to something, and then we use this to teach them new grammar, new vocabulary, pronunciation, etc. Or they watch the video and then they answer questions about, their comprehension, listening comprehension. Okay, but what we can do also with this is, when we work with audio and video, ask students questions, what they understand, or what got their attention from the video. Not necessarily what's in the book, but sometimes things that they found much more interesting. For example, I showed a quick video that Nike did a commercial talking about coming back after recovering from this time of the pandemic, and sports coming back slowly. And it was a really well done video. You had, they showed different sides, and there was integration between the athletes. And students, when they saw the video, one of them asked me, oh, it must have been very difficult for them to find the videos and the clips of each athlete to put it to synchronize them so well. So look at what students are really paying attention to, not just, oh, answer the questions in the book, 1 A, B, C, D, or tell me who wrote this, or answer based on some questions that I have created for that video activity. So get to see what they're thinking as well, all right? Another thing we use as well a lot now sometimes is what we call word clouds. Yep, word clouds. We use this maybe with Taboo, Word Art, we use Wordle. So they are used, it says there, right, to maybe raise key issues, to help students, bring them up with, or at least to share what's going on before you begin a lesson. I can use word clouds to revise new content, previous content, sorry, revise what they have studied in the last class. So I pick up all the new words, throw it into the word cloud there, and then present it, right? So I can present new content, I can revise content, I can use it as a discussion, I can give it as a prompt for them to get to work on, and everything that they need to work on or they need to focus on. I can show the most important words, the trending topics, as we say. Right? But what is the danger? That sometimes these tools we call word cloud tools or text checkers, yeah, there are lots of checkers there now. We call, for example, the Oxford Text Checker from Oxford University Press. What it does is you can take a text from the internet, paste it into that tool, and it tells you how many words would be at intermediate level, at upper intermediate level, at pre-intermediate level. So they rate the number and how many words in that text would be according to each level of the Cambridge scale, not Cambridge, but the Common European Framework scale, right? So they tell you if a student is A1, A2, so those are the words that would be A1, A2. So if I'm working with students that are maybe basic, beginners, pre-intermediate students, I would focus on those words maybe, or adapt my text so that it's not too difficult for them. Those text checkers are great. It relieves students of working with all the difficult tasks. Okay, but what I'm suggesting here is with taking your own text, and sometimes I know real text, language we have in real life, it's difficult when you're learning a language because you don't see it, it's not always simplified, or it's not always clear to students, especially at the lower levels, what is being said. But there is this level of difficulty that we can maybe help students work with to overcome, right? So get them to identify keywords. I think this is the more important thing. Work with what we call cognates, words that maybe look like a word that they know or they've heard of before. If I know some of you are not, your first language is not English or Latin-based language. So for example, Brazilian teachers would know that. You have words that look like English, but they are similar in English and in Portuguese in terms of the spelling, the form, so it's easier for students to identify. But in other languages, it may not be that simple. Okay, but look at the key words. If you can find words that they can identify, at least the key words, semantic groups, words that connect, similar meanings, and they create their own word clouds, right? And put that after they've read something, or at least they scan, they take a quick skim of the text, right? To skim and find the most important ideas, right? Just get the main meaning, fine. And then they scan it now to find maybe words that are similar in each paragraph. Oh, so I see that they mentioned sports, the same sport, you see it's repeated. Even if they don't notice, maybe they notice that the same word is repeated many times in that text. So maybe that is an important word. They don't know what a word means, but it shows them it's important. And through the context, they can at least get close to the meaning, right? This is important. So what I said here is to get them to work with that and create their own word clouds online or offline. So using tools that I mentioned before, But also, you could look at getting them to draw on a piece of paper, draw up their little cloud and write it in, put in the words that they found the most interesting, and then share. And they exchange their paper, piece of paper, take a picture, send to their friend, and talk about it, and it become a discussion. It can become even an assignment where they've taken the picture, and they would talk about this picture. So it becomes a kind of a video. It's the video is, they have the video of their cloud, they're recording the cloud, but their voice is over it. So they voice over this cloud and they share with you. So this becomes their an assignment. So they have to tell me, okay, what were the most important words for you? What words would you like to learn from this text? Tell me why. See, so there you go. This is an example. All right, almost done. So my question then to end here is throwing at you now. How are you making an impact on your students' learning? What kind of impact are you making or would you like to make on your students' learning? And while you're thinking of that, I'm going to leave my contacts here. So you have my email, you have my Instagram account and my Twitter account. I'm very heavy on Twitter as well. If you want to join me on Twitter, those of you who are new to Twitter, I have a chat called New Teachers to Twitter. We have chats every Saturday mornings, so it varies, but it's 9 a.m. Eastern time. So depending on where you are, that would vary. But we are more than welcome to have you. Yeah, a group of 4 of us, we moderate this chat. So we talk about things related to using Twitter in the classroom and how teachers who are not familiar with technology, what they can do using social media to help. Okay, so that's it. Let's see if I can take a look at the chat. Meg, are you all right? Can I move into the Q&A or you?
You have 20 minutes. You can answer as many questions as you.
Oh, great.
Okay.
All right. Wonderful.
So go to Q&A, or if you want help, you just can.
All right. All right. Yes. So Louisa is asking. Let me see. Open. I think this is the. Oh yeah. Good. How can we improve our skills to record and edit videos? Yes. I think they were talking about probably Vanya's presentation, right? About videos, editing videos. But yeah, I think there are a lot of tutorials online, so I think they can help you. But it's a lot about trial and error, Louisa. I'm not Vanya here, but I think trial and error, this is what you got to do. So what is good about these websites is that you can make mistakes. You can always save your work, go back, edit it. Some of them are very intuitive in terms of how to use the material. So I say go for that. Go for, websites like apps like Video Guru, which allows you to edit your own videos on an app, right? You have Kawai. You can use Powtoon, P-O-W, and Toon, T-O-O-N, Powtoon. Very good for editing videos as well. So I would say that, right? Go for that. Then we have, what do we have? Let's see if any other questions. People asking about evaluation. This is for Vanya, right? Am I clicking on the right page? Yes, I think I'm on the right page. Yes. I think, let's see if any other questions here. Okay, this was questions related to Vanya's talk about the video with UNESCO. All right, let me go back. Let me take a look at the chat now. I think I had some comments in the chat that probably was here. Questions.
Some people asked for you to repeat. What do you do on Saturdays? Because you kept talking and some guys miss it. So do you have a conversation club, or what is that you were saying?
Oh, no, I was talking about Twitter. I was talking about the chat on Twitter. It's a teacher chat called N. It's N. I'm going to write in the chat. Maybe it's easier. You just look for this hashtag here. NT2T. That's NT2T, right? And meaning new teachers to Twitter. So it's for teachers who are new, in this case, pre-service, or teachers who are beginning their career. Or can I host it on Instagram? I can try. Yeah, why not? It would be a good idea to move to Instagram. New teachers on Twitter, on Instagram. Why not? That would be an interesting one. But I can do it. I can do that as well, where we can go on Instagram and get the ideas there too. That's a good suggestion. But it talks about that. So it's for Twitter or for teachers who already experienced teachers. They've been in the field in the area for some time, but they're not into technology. So what we do in these chats is to give some tips, connect, thought of doing those things. So this is what. Have you thought of a live stream on YouTube? Okay, we can do that. We can do live streams. We can do even with Periscope, which is the live stream app for Twitter, but we can do it on YouTube, right? So I could maybe try doing a live stream. But you have to do the times. I'll check the times and offer that. So I have two projects that I have to now put into place. Instagram and YouTube live stream. Oh, good. I'd like to see you guys there. I hope you can join. All right, let's see if you had any other questions. There were some other questions up on top, I believe, or comments related to motivating students to learn and difficulty we have in motivating students. I think many people talked about that, especially Brazilian students, where they say, "Oh, I don't even know how to speak Portuguese. Why would I need to learn? Why would I need to learn English?" Yeah, you have that sometimes. The video I mentioned was Video Guru. Hold on. It's an app you can download, use on your phone. Yeah, there is Video Guru. There is YouCut. Okay, Maddie. YouCut is also interesting. And there is Kwai. Those are the three that I could recommend for video editing. Quite straightforward. All right. I also use sometimes Super Compressor, which you can edit as well. But the main thing for this is it helps you with the size of your video. If you have to upload videos that are very heavy, it can work as well, like Super Compressors. Okay. Where am I writing? Right. Okay, great. So let's see if I have any other questions here. New message. Yes. That's it. I think, did I miss any questions? Let me see. A bit about evaluation. Camilo is asking about evaluation. Yeah, evaluation assessment, Camilo is asking here, is what I can talk about really quickly. When we have what we call formative assessment and summative assessment, summative or more objective, where students are graded so that there is an expected answer, or they would be based, it is created on criteria, pre-established criteria, yeah, but the grades are there. It's either 1 to 10, A, B, or C, or sometimes 0 to 100, right? So you do get this what we call summative, whereas formative works more on how students develop over the process. So it involves a little more reflection. It involves analysis of what was done, what worked, what didn't work, right? So evaluation online, I think if you can have a blend of the two, is the ideal, where you can have maybe a test where they show me what they can do in a test, right? A test usually shows if it's based on content. So students are able to perform in that condition where they are able to answer questions, either objectively, multiple choice, or to give answers where they can write their answers discursively. Okay. But added to that, I can also give maybe a reflective task, ask them to write about their experiences, justify why they think they not that they deserve, but if they learned and how much they learned. So to prove their learning, right? And also put those two together so that they can see let's say a more holistic type of evaluation. Because sometimes some students are very good in tests and they can perform really well outside of the test. So a lot of times we give students points for participation, for example. That is more formative. So if I can comprise their final grade of formative, their performance, their participation, homework, exercise they do out of class, and what they do in the test, put it together. The ratio can vary, can have like maybe 60% summative, 40% formative, or more, according to your desire. If you think it's more important to give more formative assessment as opposed to summative, it's totally up to you, right? So I think that's it. What else we have? 40 new messages. Oh my goodness. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What else we have? Did I miss anything, Meg? Let's see if I forgot any questions. Formative PBL. Yes. PBL all the way. I love PBL. I'm a big fan of PBL. Project-based learning. Thank you, Nivea. Long time no see. Enrique. All right. Let's see if I forgot anything. I think that's it. But let me know if I forgot anything, Meg, please.
Okay, so I would like to thank you and let people know that Stefan is part of the executive board of Restizo National in Brazil, right?
Yeah, one of the counselors. Yeah, one of the advisors. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. And he has done a great job there too.
Oh,
yeah, that's why how we met.
Yes,
And that's it. It's a huge pleasure for me to have you here because I know you. Wow, it was a great lecture. You have a great knowledge about this topic, and I know we really satisfied with your talk. Thank you so much. That's why we had so many questions because you just went through all of that. It was a good explanation. Thank you so much.
No, right. Well, everybody know where it was a huge pleasure. Oh my God, a joke. Somebody making a joke with my name. But if you want to, you have my contacts there, right? You have my email, you have my Instagram and Twitter. So go ahead, reach out and we can talk. All right?
All right. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Let me stop sharing.
Okay.
So
while we wait for our another speaker, oh my God, today is the day of the emergencies. I'm trying to reach the next one, and I think she's not here yet, but Iris DeVita is gonna talk about building rapport in online class. Before that, I just wanted to remind that if all of our webinar will be on our YouTube channel. Maybe later on you want to watch it, you know, in your piece and just taking notes. So go there, subscribe it for you not to forget about it, and also participate of our raffles that we're gonna have too. Maybe if you would like, we could have a raffle now before Edith come in. What would you think? It would be good to have a raffle now while we wait for her, because we have like 90 minutes and she's coming, of course. So we could do that, right? So what do you think? Yeah, and some people are asking for the certificates. As I told you before, we just releasing the link of the feedback form, and we would like you to fill in the form, and then after that we're gonna see how many people were in fact here on Zoom and on YouTube. For those who are on YouTube, we're there having an attendance list. It's not for you that it is on Zoom, right? Because on Zoom we can know exactly, the time you came in and you came out. But on YouTube, we don't have these, how to check. So that's why we're passing that list there. But the feedback form is the same for both participants. They are either on YouTube or Zoom. Okay. Okay, so while Edith is coming, I think we could have the raffle. Everybody is really excited, right? I think so. And so let's see, how do I do it? I think I can share my screen. So let's wait a little bit for Iris. Let me see if she said something here. She talked to me before, earlier, and she said it was okay.
Hey,
Oh,
hello. I have just arrived. I heard Iris and then how are you?
I was trying to reach you on WhatsApp. WhatsApp is so complicated because we got so many messages, right?
Yeah.
So let me just let Barbara introduce you to our participants, and then you can begin, right?
Thank you.
Okay, so we can postpone our raffle.
Good afternoon, Iris.
Good afternoon, Barbara.
So, Iris de Vita is a private online teacher and the vice president of Brás Tizol, Sergipe. She has over 10 years of experience in teaching English as a foreign language to different age groups and levels of language instruction. She has worked as a teacher trainer and academic coordinator at several English institutes in São Paulo and Aracaju. She holds, among other certificates, the Cambridge CELTA, the CAE, the IELTS teaching certificate, and the IELTS certificate in online tutoring. Her more interests in ELT include teacher development, teaching online, neuroscience and learning, and effective learning. So welcome, Iris.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you. I'm gonna share my screen with you. Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. I'm excited to share some of my journey and some of my experience with this online teaching. I come from a family of educators. Both my parents, my grandmother, my siblings are or were teachers, different subjects. Being a teacher has always been a motive of proud of. I'm really proud of being a teacher. Even though my mother didn't encourage me at first, she tried to persuade me, oh, this is a lot to take, and I insisted, and I don't regret. I taught English in São Paulo since, I don't know, it's been like 10 years. I've been a teacher. I've worked at some schools and I moved to Aracaju. I got married and came to Aracaju in Sergipe. One student of mine asked me online classes. And then I was a little suspicious. I said, I'm gonna miss the interaction, the classroom. I can't do it. It's not gonna be the same. But I needed the money and he insisted. And then he said, I'm gonna be your first student. So I started because of him, Antonio. And then I thought, oh, we already have a relationship. We know each other. So I don't need to establish rapport with him because I already have something. So I started. After him, some after students came, and then I realized it worked. And then I gave so many more classes because I didn't have to commute. I didn't have to, so it gave me the possibility of giving more classes. And I also worked as a freelance teacher with Soraya Quirino at Achieve Exams. We prepared students for the TOEFL exam and the IELTS. Once students started getting grades, they immigrated, we realized it worked. But I still taught presential classes and I had a formal job and a big English institute here in Aracaju. My online classes were my extra. I taught in the morning, in the afternoon at this school. And then when I got home, I had my online classes from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. They were my extra. My extra became my everything after some years. And there is a reason why. As a teacher, I always liked to be close to the students, like to listen to them, to give feedback. And sometimes it was not possible to do it in presential classes, in big groups. And when I started teaching online, I realized it was possible. Students were really focused. They were committed. Of course, there was more flexibility for the student and for me too. And what I was more afraid of, it was like not building solid relationships with them. And I was wrong, because I have the impression I know all my students in person. Nowadays, I teach 100% of the time online. And I have the impression I know them in person. There were less expenses. What I mean is like less printing material, commuting, because of course I invest on training. When I started teaching, I didn't have a comfortable chair. I used to teach in a chair that I had a strong headache at the end of the day. This was after I had more students, equipment, a better computer, better internet connection. So of course I invest, but now I have everything, so I just use the same equipment I have. And it gives me more personal fulfillment to be able to be close to them. Like we talk on WhatsApp, specific days, like I know how they are. And of course, each person has a motivation, a goal to learn. Some people want to be approved in proficiency tests, and many of them were, so it brought more fulfillment for me too. Immigration, I have some students, they are moving, they're going to Canada, to the US, starting a new life. And I have also students who learn English to talk to their grandchildren. I have a student who is 70, and he just because his grandson lives in Toronto, so he wanted to talk to him. And then he studies English with me, so this is his goal. After some time, I realized there was no difference between presential and online classes, or a little difference only. The only problem is when the connection is not working, but I can have some problems to commute too. My car can be broken or something like that. So after some time, I do all activities I would do in a presential class, I do online. And then we think, what are the elements of successful classes? And then we think about CPD, professional development, courses, language learning, preparation, of course, technology, being updated to what's happening and with the new TV shows, the movies. And then sometimes we forget rapport. Either we forget or we think it's not possible to establish it the same way online, and it is. So I focus on the 3 key points: assessment, planning, and feedback. I always offer a free meeting, 30 minutes free meeting before the course starts. Then students can ask questions. I can get to know the person. Not only the English level. Of course, we need to know the English level because we need to grade our language. If my student is a very beginner, I'm not going to give a lot of examples, speak a lot, because this is not going to work. So I need to grade my language according to the student's level, especially in first classes, that the person is going to be not so confident. Sometimes learning online is something new. So we need to know their level. I also observe what they don't tell me, because people don't say everything, but you observe their reactions or how excited they are about some topics. I like to know the previous experience with the language. Some people tell us, oh, I don't know, I don't have a good relationship with the language, I'm not confident. We observe. And the context the person is inserted. Sometimes I have a student who is under lots of stress because he would move to Canada, and then with the pandemic he needed to postpone the trip. So he's under a lot of stress. So I don't prepare classes or I don't discuss about COVID-19 at this moment because I know it's not a pleasant topic for him. Maybe if he was in another situation, we could discuss, oh, did you see what's going on? We could discuss, but for him, he doesn't feel well. And one of my goals is that my students feel well in the class. It's a space that they can, one student told me, Iris, I like to speak English because it's a moment where it seems I'm not worried about my problems because I'm thinking in another language. So the context the person is inserted. I have another student who is going to be a father. And I asked him, what's going to be your daughter's name? He told me. And then some classes I give examples using his daughter name, some examples about children, babies, and he enjoys it. And it's not difficult to do it. It's just to think about some sentences and bring it to class. Their goals, as I said before, some people we know like they need to study hard. Some other people are studying English for fun or because they like it and their interests. So assessment, something I learned. Don't trust your memory. Take notes. Take notes. The very first class or this very first meeting, you can ask the person some things like, oh, tell me some things about you. And this is so valuable. I take notes, I have this all there, especially because we're teaching online. It's so easy to take these notes and have them there. So it's gold for our preparations in the future. I always take notes and listen carefully. We are so connected to a variety of problems. We are worried, we have our family, our bills. Sometimes you're not listening. You're just checking your phone or planning your next class. And it's easy to do it online because people are not seeing your computer. But don't do it because people feel you're not there. So give the paying attention to that moment. You are there. Don't check your phone. Don't be there, checking your emails or whatever. The person feels you're not there. They do. Okay, so then planning. Planning. Sometimes we say, oh, don't have time for so detailed planning. And I know we don't because we need to, as I said, we have our demands at home, but planning, if you take notes, if you pay attention to your student, planning doesn't need to take so long. I have a file from each student, some preferences, some things they like. When it's possible, I share some things with different classes. And some other thing I started doing that I like it and I would like to share is something very simple. I have some WhatsApp groups with my students, or we talk personally, like just one-to-one. And sometimes I ask questions related to the topic I'm teaching. So imagine I'm teaching the present perfect this week. So I just send a message, have you ever crashed your car? In the messages. And they tell their stories. So after that, I have real data to use in class. So I'm personalizing. It doesn't take long. It's relevant for them and they are practicing before the class. So it makes learning more effective. Very resources because we tend to use the same things. Like I use Kahoot, so I use Kahoot every week. No, we shouldn't do it. We shouldn't overuse anything. So if you use like an app, you can work with songs. You can work with anything you would work in a presential class, but make sure you vary sometimes because this brings dynamic to your class. And one of my favorites, build a study plan together. I started doing it on my the first meeting. I asked them like, okay, how much time do you have to study in a week? Some people tell me 1 hour. Some people tell me, I don't know, I can study every day because I need to be fluent. So I calculate according to the hours they have, what they're gonna do on Monday, Tuesday, the whole week. And I vary, like some podcasts, some English, some YouTube channels, read the news, send me an audio talking about the news. So we have this plan and they stick to the plan. Sometimes on Monday, I send them a message. Oh, it's Monday, it's a brand new week. Let's focus on our plan. If you need anything, I'm around. And they are usually excited to work on their plans. And another thing about taking notes, if you are asking them to do something, remember to talk about this the next class. So if you asked them to, oh, listen to this podcast on BBC, next class, maybe, that's why take notes. You tell them, have you listened to the podcast? How was it? Did you learn any new words? And they tell me. So it has like a connection. And then feedback. We know we should start with the positive points, because especially adults, they are very critical to themselves. So they think, oh, I don't know, I have difficulties in learning, I always forget. But then sometimes I finish my class and ask them, how did it go? What do you think you did well? They tell me, oh, teacher, I think, I don't know, I did this exercise well, I did my homework, and I say, see? So it was what you did well. Now, let's see some things you can improve. And then I tell them. Feedback is not only at the end of the class, some specific cycles too. So establish some times for you to, I use the Common European Framework. So I take notes. So this person started in the A2 level. So after some hours of study, because we know there would be 200 guided hours to reach the next level. But some people will study so hard, and I don't know, they may be able to get some abilities from the next level before. So I count some hours and I assess them, like in tests, oral presentations, sometimes a written thing they can do at home if you don't have time, but show them they are progressing. This is a way to show empathy and to establish a rapport too. So show them. Another thing, closing the class. Finish the class. I always finish the class with 5 or a little more minutes left to be able to close class with them and say some things I want. Sometimes my closing is in Portuguese because the class is over and I need to connect to them, especially if they are beginners. So I have the closing when I cheer them up. Oh, so you're doing well. I know you're tired. I know things are not easy after your trip was postponed, but let's get ready. Now we have time. We are at home. Get ready for the opportunities that will come. Try to encourage this person. If the person is not so committed, I talk to them as well. Say, okay, what's happening? I see you canceled some classes lately. Is there something that I can help you with? But in Portuguese, because they connect in another way in the mother tongue, if it's necessary and if you feel comfortable of doing so. But it's not a moment of teaching. It's another moment. So that's why I like to have this pre-moment, it's the meeting to explain how things work, class itself, and the closing. Some other times we're gonna, I don't know, think about next steps, think about the next cycles, sometimes I plan the classes with them, and then I say, not the preparation itself, but the roll call, like the schedule, we talk together. I say, okay, I realize we must work on some points. What do you think? Do you have any suggestions? And I bring some suggestions and make them choose so they feel part of what's being chosen. This is rapport too. And understand what is their motivation. I have a student, she's a CEO of a very big company in São Paulo, and she has a child. And then I had more free time in the afternoon because of the pandemic, that my husband is working at home, so we can share things with my baby, and I had more time to give classes. Then I offered, as I taught children for a long time, when I became an online teacher, I said, no, children are not for online classes. I'm not gonna do it. But then I started taking some workshops from Brastiso, from many other workshops, and I saw, no, it's possible to teach children, depending on the age, depending on the group, it's possible. And then I offered her, and I offered some students of mine, giving classes to their children in the afternoon. And then I sent a plan for them to study with the child. So it's been really nice, because they do the activities with their children. They send videos, and sometimes the motivation is, okay, it's the work, like she's a CEO, she needs to speak very good English, she's in contact with people from all over the world, but there is something at home, that's connection with her daughter. Like, she didn't have much free time, because she made her daughter study so much. She's young, she's like 6. And then I told her, I'm gonna send you some activities to do with her in English. So they do cooking, they do cooking activities, they do some sensorial things in English, and it's been awesome. Some students accepted doing this, like hiring some classes for their children and doing this together and teaching our kids. I called the project. It's in the beginning. I have some families, they accepted it, it's going well. So this is another motivation she had, but it wasn't clear at the beginning. It wasn't clear. She came to me because she said, I need to speak English for work. And this other motivation emerged, was there. But because I was listening to her when she was talking about her daughter, I proposed this to her and she accepted. So this is in types of motivation. Sometimes they're not so clear. Some they appear during the classes. No significant learning happens without a significant relationship. There's no way to teach if you don't have something happening. You don't have effective learning. If we think about our teachers at school, we remember some teachers that affect our lives in a way because they helped us at some point, or because their classes were memorable. They were not one in the same, they were all different, but the ones we remember are the ones who established or affected us in a way. Hopefully in a good way, sometimes because they were, I don't know, too strict, can be, but there has to be a relationship there. So just some things about my students, like WhatsApp, it's helpful. You're not gonna be talking to them the whole day, but establish some hours of the day or some days of the week to send some messages to see how they're doing, because this it's a continuous relationship too. So this student got the grade for the IELTS. This student, she made this, now I know the possessive adjectives, and send it to me. And then oh, nice, I encouraged her to send me some more videos. She was very shy. She's very shy, but then she says that when she's learning English, it makes her more outgoing. And then students thanking me because of the whole process, immigration. This one was learning TH, unvoiced TH pronunciation. So we can teach whatever we want to teach. And then this one, she sent it to me when this was the very beginning when I used to teach via Skype. And this was a group I had, business group. They gave a name to the group. They became friends. They started talking. They didn't know each other. They knew each other during class and they became friends. Some of them even met in person in São Paulo. And I gave a workshop at the Brastiso when I was pregnant 2 years ago at Brastiso Sergipe. And someone asked me, Iris, do you think technology can replace us? And then I said no, and I still say no. I still believe It cannot replace great teachers because there's this human element, this connection. It's not possible to be replaced. You can have whatever, you can have tools, you can have as many resources as you want. You don't need to be the best and expert in technology. Of course, we are gonna work to get new tools, new possibilities, but empathy comes first. Relationships, it's what keep students with us. It's not only the technology or the best class you can give using resources. If we forget or if take for granted this human element. So if we study and we improve our skills, yes, then it can be transformational, but not without us. Yeah, I think I finished a little earlier. I think, did I speak too fast? Well, let me see if I need to say something else. Thank you for coming, but I'm gonna say something more things.
We can try to see if there is a question.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, this is my Instagram if you want to get in touch. And yeah, let's have a look. There are questions. Let me see. Can I see the chat too or no?
Yes, okay.
Let me have a look. I was not checking. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, I'm reading just now. I get too excited. And I'm not used to this way, like to speak without interacting like live. So it's the first time. So I think I was too carried out to talk. But thanks for the feedback.
There is a question on Q&A from Deborah. She's asking, what tips would you give to someone that wishes to start teaching smaller groups or even private lessons on the online mode?
To get started, like, but related to empathy or related to the class itself? Because I'm gonna think on when I started. I was pretty nervous because I thought, my advice is start, because we think we're never ready. We're never ready for anything. We're not ready to have babies. We're not ready to move to a new town. We are not ready to give the step. So my advice is start little by little. I wouldn't start with a lot of groups. I would start with levels that you feel more comfortable. That's what I did. With levels you feel more comfortable. Choose a material maybe you already used or already know, because we have most of books, we have the ebooks version, or even there are some publishers, you can get the teacher's book online for free. There are a lot of them. So maybe choose a material that you are familiar with, because then you don't need to get to so many new things, like new levels, new books, no, we just need to get used to the technologies, like when you learn how to drive, because you need to pay attention to lots of things. My advice is have a good camera, because it's important for the person to see you well. When I started, my camera was really bad. Then this was not nice to see me. And now I know, but I needed to start it somehow. So get a new camera, maybe light, if it's possible. Preparation, and then I would offer this free meeting. I always offer. I think it's crucial, because then you get valuable information at this class, and then you explain how it's gonna work. And feedback, because if you give feedback, if you listen to the student, the feedback, you're not asking him like, oh, what do you think about the class? I don't do it very often. I do in the end of the term, but not at the first class, because he may feel, I don't know, may not be so good. But you can ask, what do you think was good in the class? What do you think you did well? How was the experience? So the person is going to provide you with some feedbacks, and always pay attention to the person. No matter if it's a camera, but look at the person's eyes, the reaction, if the person is shy or if something is not okay with her or him. and take notes. Take notes. I take notes of what I ask the student to do for the next class. I take notes of a movie that he mentions in the beginning of the class. I take notes of their children's names, because then I bring to class. Imagine I'm teaching the third person, and then I have a student, she has a daughter, Maria Eduarda, and I know because she told me, and then I took notes. So the other class I told, oh no, I was teaching the possessive pronouns, I think. And then I was like, oh, this is my mug. What do you have there? And then she showed me something. Then, oh, this is Maria Eduarda's. And she was surprised that I knew her name. And then she said, oh, this is Maria Eduarda's, I don't know, pen. I said, yeah. So know some names, know some things about them that you can bring in class. I don't know if I answered the question, but yeah.
There is another one. Some questions in a big question. So it is, in your talk, you highlighted how important it is for us to grade our language, not to frighten our beginning students, nor have those intermediary ones unmotivated by giving them less than they could actually get. I'd like to ask you some tips on how can I grade this input I offer them? How do I know if it is too much or too less? Which kind of diagnostic activity should I do? Think of it in a context of a primary teaching, which is called the Fundamental 1 in Brazil system, right?
They're teenagers. So they're Fundamental 1. Okay.
Fundamental.
Yeah. Okay. I'm getting old because I was thinking like when it was like quarta série, quinta série. I'm getting old. Well, when they're intermediate, I enjoy bringing some synonyms that or phrasal verbs, like the phrasal verb of the day, or if they are using the word good a lot, like, oh, it's good, good, good. And then I bring some synonyms, awesome, amazing, fascinating, maybe have these words for them to use at specific moment of the class. Say, oh, today you have to use these words. Or maybe have the idiom of the day, the phrasal verb of the day. It can have a box with these new things. Because when they are intermediate, like B1, depending on the group, if you grade a lot, they become bored. But if you push too hard, they become unmotivated. So I bring new things. I vary. Bring a song and then connect the song to the grammar topic. The other day I gave a class about empathy, and then I brought a video about the empathy museum that you have to wear. I don't know if you have ever seen the other person's shoes and walk, really, like literally, to put yourself in the other person's shoes. And then I thought, if I were you, and then they liked that song, Beyonce song, If I Were a Boy. Then I brought the other date. So there was a connection. And then I always ask the new things in the next classes. So this is the way I challenge them. And I use the tests, like the Cambridge, like the Common European Framework. And then I bring the tests sometimes for them to compare. So they can see how much they developed, or can see they need to develop more. Because I think if we don't challenge them, it's like you are in a game and nobody never wins. Like they're just. So I bring some challenges or some games with different words, expressions, and so on. Yeah.
There are some more. It is, do you study neurolinguistic programming?
Yeah, I studied a little, not a specific course. I studied when I went to Australia. there was a TESOL course, and they had the connections that our brain makes, the neuroplasticity. I didn't take a course on PNL, these specific courses, no. But it was an arm of the TESOL in Australia, the neuroplasticity, and how we can make learning more meaningful and more memorable. So they talked about the mirror neurons. And I'm also studying neuroscience and neuroplasticity because my baby has an atypical development. So I'm very interested in these neuroplasticity things, these learning things on, so I'm studying a lot. My husband is a psychologist and he's a professor at UFES. So we take lots of courses together in order to, not only to help our son to study, not to study because he's two, but in activities, but in our classes too. So my first contact was in Australia in the TESOL course, and then I studied 7 idiomas in São Paulo. Then they had like an extension course of the moment there were 7 intelligences. Now they say there are more. 7 like visual, auditory, interpersonal, intrapersonal. Then I studied, there was a subject of my final course, my final work at this school, 7 idiomas. But our brain is amazing. We have to help our brains. And then I tell this to our students. It's not about comparing yourself to the others. It's about reaching your full potential. And to reach your full potential, I bring this to class. And I also took a course at Coursera. It's a free one, Learning How to Learn. I don't know if you guys took it, but it's very nice. And I tell students to help their brains. Imagine our brain, every day our brain cleans up every night. So if you don't see things in English, the brain is gonna delete. You have to work out. So this is why I tell them, help your brain, make connections. And we do mind maps. This is how neuroscience comes to my class and to my life, because it's a matter that it's connected to my daily life with my family.
There is another here. I think my biggest difficulty is how to assess my students. How can I do this without applying a test itself?
To assess, I think, well, I see the assessment as a process, as a product. So to me, the test is a product and the classes are the process. The Common European Framework helps me a lot because it has all the abilities, all the can-dos that each level must have. And I establish a goal for the class. So I say, for example, by the end, and I tell students the goal of the class, by the end of the class, we're gonna be better able to read news in English and give your opinion about it. So if by the end of the class, he was able to give me an opinion that is coherent, he was able to make his point, I'm assessing him and he reached the goal of the class. Sometimes the goal is more vocabulary. So I teach, I don't know, 10 words, and then I practice it and have productions during this class. If in the end, in the production part, he uses some words like 5 or 6 words that he learned properly, I'm assessing he did well. So I believe we should establish small goals for classes, tell them, and assess this way. And sometimes I give tests too. So process and product. I read here, I can see you're very passionate about your students, Wendy said. Thank you, I am. I truly am. Of course, I had my ups and downs in life. Every teacher, every person has. And when I have these downs, what I do is like I watch lectures from Meg, from the teacher, like Igor Cavalcante, a lot of people that I admire, because our personal narratives encourage other teachers. So there are days I'm not in a good day, but then I remember why I'm here, why I teach. And I think throughout, like when we exchange our personal narratives, we get stronger, all of us. But yeah, I am passionate about teaching.
I have a question.
Yes.
Let me ask you. Do you think the way a teacher gives a feedback to a student can ruin the whole process of learning? I
Yeah.
mean, the way the student get the information that he or she got it wrong, or definitely. So
I
what is the
think so.
best way to give a bad feedback to a student? This is a doubt that a lot of teacher has, right? So the student's not going well. So what do you do to get it better?
Yeah, and we have to say, right, because we cannot say, oh, very good if it's not. We cannot be, cannot lie to them, because eventually he's gonna test his English and he's gonna, no, it's not okay. So we have to say, we must be honest. What I do, I choose the words carefully. Let's think of an example. Let's say the person is stuck at a level for a long time. Then I need to understand why. Is it because the person is not playing a role, an active role in the process? It is a specific difficulty. It's something that he doesn't know. Can I assign different things for him to improve this topic? But I need to tell. So I try to be really honest. This I do in Portuguese, because I think we cannot be misunderstood, or the person needs to connect with us. So I try to, I don't force to be empathetic to the person, but I try to find something in the student that relates to me, or to some situation that I've already been through. So let's say it's a person who is not studying. The person is only coming to class. And then I would say, Fulano, I know you need to learn. I know we are all tired. This pandemic situation, it's difficult for all of us. But if you only come to class 2 hours per week, it's not enough for your brain to process all this type of information. Then I make connection with the neuroplasticity, neuroscience. And then you're gonna think you have difficulties with English, but maybe you don't. Maybe you're not pushing hard. You're not doing your best. Can I help you with anything? Open and see what the person is gonna say. If it's a difficulty, like, oh, the person does the listening tests and doesn't understand anything, I assign more listenings and say, look, this is the test today. You got 1 out of 10. It's okay, it happens. I didn't have the same performance when I was a student, when I started from when I studied more. So listen to these podcasts, please, and they're gonna have the same test in some weeks. I show them there, we need to say, you say, oh, for this level, and use the Common European Framework again, or whatever leveling you use to show the person. Then I say, okay, it's expected that by this level you are able to exchange information about your job. And when I ask about your job, you're not being able to tell me, can you see? Yeah, why? Teacher, não sei, esqueço as palavras na hora. Yeah, so maybe we should work more on vocab. Let's try. If we try and it doesn't work, we think of another plan, but let's try first. I do this way. Is there a specific situation to be taken as an example? Maggie. These are the situations that came to my mind. Like, person is not. Do you have, Megan, an example of a situation?
My mic was mute.
Yeah.
No, I think you said really well. You know, your explanation is really clear. and it's a good topic to be talking, to be
Yeah.
for us to talk in this time that we have to build this positive rapport and positive feedback, because I think some students give up learning a language because of this. Some
Yeah.
of them told me already, even if they are adults, they sometimes I talk to them because I teach at a federal university, and sometimes we have older students, and they say like, oh, I stopped studying English because a teacher gave me a bad feedback, the way the teacher talked to me. And sometimes they are not prepared to listen to. And this is a serious problem because even in my classes, I have this difficult and give feedback to my students because they always think they are making the best, right? Especially when they are studying for free. I don't know if it
Yeah.
happens to you, to all of you teachers all over the world. Sometimes when the student doesn't pay for the course, they feel like, okay, I'm going to take my time to learn it. And sometimes it is easier to blame the teacher for his or her failure. And
Ah,
we need to be aware of that because we are humans, of course, and the knowledge is not on our hands, right? There has to be an effort of our student to get there. So it doesn't matter if you try your best. If your student doesn't try his or her best, they won't achieve what they want to. So this is really polemic topic because
yeah.
some of them think they are not progressing because of the teacher, and some of them are thinking that the mistake is not in them. So
Yeah.
what to do about that?
And you mentioned something that I remember. When I talk about taking notes, I take notes of the classes. So some people, they cancel classes. So if they come to you and say, oh, I've been studying for a year and I'm not learning. So, oh, let's see how many classes you took this year. I count the hours because this is something. And then I say, okay, you studied 20 hours. With this amount of hours, it's not expected for you to be fluent yet, because this is something important. People don't have the idea of how many hours they studied. Even if you're teaching children, their parents will come to you eventually and they say, oh, my child is studying for a long time and is not learning. And then I say, okay, first of all, how long is this person studying? And why you're thinking he's not learning? You know what's expected from him. Let's see the list. Okay, tick, tick, tick. Because the people, the other day, my student said, oh, how much time are we studying? I said, let's have a look. And then we counted the hours. I keep a register. I put, on August 1st, I gave a class about rapport. Because then next class, I can ask questions about rapport. And I'm not going to trust my memory. Imagine someday I will give the same class again, maybe, I don't know. So keep track of the hours they study. Know what's expected from each level, because then if you give feedback, say, look, I'm here to support you. We don't know what the person went through before us. Sometimes we know teachers can be very motivational, but can be, I'm very bad at drawing. And then I had an art teacher once. She came to me, I was 5. And then I drew something. It was beautiful. I don't know how. And then she came to the class and said, who did it? Like this, who did it? And the children, Iris did it. I said, no, it's not possible. No way. Imagine, guys. So I'm 36. I remember this. So we don't know if the students had teachers that didn't encourage them, if they're not, I've just yesterday watched Como Estrelas na Terra with that student who has dyslexia. And then he had a teacher, watch it, it's beautiful, because it shows this relationship from teacher and student, and sometimes you must understand what's going on. So in this case, the child had dyslexia, and the teacher taught in a whole different way. His previous experiences were not nice with learning. And maybe the person thinks, I'm not good. If I take a course for drawing, a painting course, I'm not motivated. I think I'm gonna be the worst. So if the teacher says something this to me, I will say, I'm gonna give up. You know, so it's important to know what happened before you, I think.
So let me look at
É
the
como
key-
estrelas na terra. I think in English it's the same, like stars on earth. It's on Netflix. I watched it yesterday.
Oh, I never watch it.
I cried a lot.
Oh my God. I
Last
don't
night,
but I cry. I can't do
no, but
that.
it's inspirational. It's inspirational. It's not something you get said, really. You don't. I mean, you don't, because there are motivated educators, and then yes, these students who are more difficult to teach, they are the ones who makes us good teachers. Because to teach that person who knows everything, that person can learn with an app, with any teacher, but the ones who struggle or who are not motivated, these are the ones who make, yeah, like stars on earth.
I'm
These
gonna take
students,
note.
yes.
Stars.
Oh, Poliana said she watched it 7 times. I think I'm gonna watch again too, Poliana, maybe. Because I saw myself in that teacher. My friend told me, yeah, you're gonna identify. Of course, I didn't do as many things as he did, but I have this dreamer characteristic. Yes, Israel said, like stars on earth. There is another movie, it's The Freedom Writers. That the teacher has a project with the students, and it's all worth it. Yeah. Oh, Israel to watch it 2 times, very good. So this, one thing that I remember now, if we are not motivated, we cannot motivate anyone. And we do have our difficult days, but when we are teaching, sometimes we are involved in an atmosphere that we forget we have problems, we forget we have so many things, but try to take care of yourself the way you can. Like if you're not in a good day, talk to someone who inspires you, watch a lecture of a teacher who you like, because then you bring this enthusiasm to class, and this enthusiasm, it's of utmost important, I think. Yeah, Frederico said, sorry, Maggie, sorry.
No, it's okay. You talked about a topic that I'm gonna talk a lot on my talk today. That is motivation. If there is no motivation, there is nothing, absolutely nothing. You gotta be motivated all the time to keep students motivated, because no matter if you think you're not a model, but you always be a model to your students. They will look at you like a mirror, and then they will try to learn the way they can, the best the way they can, and also to speak like you. They have to find a way to learn the language. So it is like they look at you and see, okay, I'm gonna talk like my teacher, because they don't have the proficiency. Once they are proficient, is different. But once they are in the basic level, they always look at you and trying to find an inspiration to speak like you, because they don't speak. So if I don't speak, I will look at the other and maybe try to find a way to talk like the other, right?
Yeah, and then remind them the world is multi-level. I can talk to a person who is a proficient person. I can talk to a person who has an A1 level. I can talk to a native person. People don't have to be the same. We can understand. We can ask different questions. We can make our points across. We're not perfect, because they come to us. And this is another point for empathy. They come to us thinking they need to speak the perfect English. Sometimes the person doesn't know the verb to be yet, but wants to have a British accent. And what's more important, intonation, vocab, or having the perfect, okay, the British accent is lovely, I would love to have one too, but I have my accent, I'm Brazilian. So sometimes people are so focused on perfection, on, I don't know, they are thinking, oh, I'm an adult, I should have studied when I was a kid. Sometimes they have this regret, this, and it's not, and talk to them, say, okay, when we become adults, we are very picky on us. Don't be like that, you're doing well, compare yourself to yourself only. So this type of things.
Okay, we're reaching time, right? And wow, this is a great topic of for discussion, right?
Yeah.
So you just ended your talk to start another one because so many questions came up, and this interaction is really good. I like this kind of webinar because people are talking. I'm just looking at my computer, my TV screen to try to see the biggest picture, right? To read the comments. And it is so good when we have interaction with those beautiful people and everybody's here until the end. It's so great. I'm really glad that today we had a great team of
Thank you.
speakers, and that all of us are dreamers, and we dream about a better education, a high quality education, and we do it all for free. This event is a proof of that, right?
Yeah.
We don't charge for registration, we just don't charge for anything, and we also get great speakers because they believe in our cause, that we can offer something for free and something really with a great quality. So I'm so grateful to everybody who is here, who took your time to be here, right? In this moment, participate in our discussion about technology. That's amazing. I'm so happy. You have no idea how I feel so happy when I do this, organize these events, because I can see how much we can exchange information. It's
You're
not
giving
about
back to the ELT community. You're
yeah,
giving back to the community.
We connect, and we also learn. I'm learning a lot today through all your comments and through all your experiences. That's amazing. And I feel like I forgot how to say arrepiada em inglês. Tem diz em Salvador, Bahia. Eu tô toda arrepiada aqui, ó.
And then I think some questions, they are going to be answered in next webinars maybe, but if you still have questions to us, can send it to me or to Meg, and we can maybe have more discussions in the future, because I see lots of questions that maybe are going to be answered in some other webinars.
Yeah.
But if you still have questions, we don't have time to talk about them all. If we did, we would be talking the whole day, right? Then you can send it to me via Instagram or... Okay.
Unfortunately, now we have to finish our talk because I'm gonna talk next, and then we're gonna have somebody really special from the United States that I had the pleasure to meet, Mr. Carver. He deals with video conferencing, and wow, we have a lot to learn. And somebody said how it is to say arrepiada em inglês. I'm gonna take
goosebumps. Yeah.
It was just
word of the day, word of the webinar, goosebumps. Thank you, Fabiana.
Thank you.
Jacqueline too. Jacqueline.
Okay, Iris, thank you so much. Give a kiss, give a hug.
Bye, see you.
He's so cute.
Thank you. Bye-bye. See you.
Bye. Okay, Bárbara.
So, Margaret Barbosa is a TEFL master student at Unity USA. She is a professor at UFRB and the coordinator of the Interconnection Extension. program. She is a leader of the research group in distance education and new technologies in English language teaching. She is the current Brasil Bahia chapter president and also the leader of Google Educators Group in Salvador, Bahia. She is a mentor in creative ideas and a consultant in arts in ELT projects. She is graduated in Portuguese and English language and literature. She is a specialist in English as a foreign language. She is specialized in distance education, media in education, environmental law, tourism, and project management in environmental education as well. She has an MBA in digital marketing and social media. She had been an English teacher for 14 years in public school. She was a Fulbright scholar in the FLTA program in 2011 to 2012 at MIVSU in United States. Welcome. It's your showtime, Maggie.
Thank you, Barbara. Well, I'm trying to present my PowerPoint here. Let me see, all of you can see it. It is full screen. Is it okay? I don't know why I cannot see the chat when I'm presenting. This is a problem. It's okay. Barbara, you help me, okay? In our Q&A time. Okay. Today I'm gonna talk about going global, thinking creatively, and how to innovate your classroom with online tools. It's a mixture of connected things. But first of all, I want to ask you all. You know that we live in a hyper-connected world. So what we want to do with that? First, reflect on that. So everything's there. So what we want to do is what we want to do, or if we can do something. See how it is different? Because want is not what you do. Want is it's like a feeling that something you really want to achieve. Because we know that if we use technology, we gotta have a purpose. Because if the technology is here and if we don't know how to give meaning to that technology in order to reach a significant learning, right? So technology is nothing. You can have all the best technology. If you don't have a purpose, and if you're not motivated, that's why we can talk about the word innovate. Because if you think about innovation, of course, you think about something different, something creative. And to be creative nowadays is to have motivation, is to be motivated. Because if you're not inspired, you don't go nowhere. You go nowhere, right? So first of all, as a teacher, I think in all this path that I've been through, we really need to think what makes sense to us, and then to think about how to transform it into a benefit to our students, right? So let's continue. Okay, what is the sense of going global? First of all, if you look at the picture and think a little bit, you will see a lot of countries like we are today. We are connected with a lot of countries going global. So what is the sense of going global? Is of course to reach this connection, international connection, for you to have new ideas. If you are a teacher, if you use a technology that is limited, you don't go global, because people won't see what you're doing, and you won't see what other teachers are doing. That's why we really now have this boom on social media, because people can connect and exchange experiences and also activities, and all we want, different ways of doing something using the same technology. You can use the same technology, but I can do an activity that is totally different from yours. This is the meaning of going global, because you learn to see the thing in a broader way, in a holistic way, in a way that you see, oh my God, that you think, oh my God, I couldn't see that. I can explore this tool in different ways that I've been doing. That's why I'm going to tell you, interconnection provide these events to go global and bring new ideas, of course, to all of us. Then let's think about thinking creatively. If you see that image, I love images. I think you can see that I have some poster. I work with artists in English language teaching. I love everything that it is related to creativity and motivation, because I was a student like this. I always wanted more. I wanted a teacher, a passionate teacher. I wanted to be into the classroom, in my classroom, and say, what I'm doing here? How can this teacher keep me connected to him or her? So that's why we really need to think about creativity, because your student is a world, you are a world, and other person are a world, a different world. So how to connect it? Of course, with motivation and creativity. Okay, so if you see that image, let's explore a little bit this brainstorming. You can see the word positive, mind, incubation, ideas, intelligence, brainstorming, as I told you, fun, solution, new, genius, whatever. Creativity, it is, first of all, in our imagination. That's why I think when we teach with technology and also with artists, we can reach better the students, because it makes sense to them to see English language, it's the language I teach, in a different way.
Excuse me, Meg. Press F5, please. Everyone is asking this.
Is asking what?
F5, aperta F5.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't see the chat. Okay, I'll do it.
Okay, thank you.
Ask me whatever you want to, not money, but everything else, it's okay. Let me see. Is it okay? I can't see the chat when I do this. So Barbara, I want you to help me, right?
Okay, I'm here.
And I want all the time that you can interact with me, okay, everybody? No problem, you can you can ask question and I can interrupt my talk. Okay, going global, think creatively, right? It has to be a part of a solution. Of course, if you think now, I've been teaching English in public school for 14 years. I taught English for 14 years in Fundamental 2, not Fundamental 2 and high school. And then I went to the higher education, which it is where I am now at UFRB. Okay, so it is the same. You need to find a solution to engage your students, to inspire, to transform your classroom. It's part of your job. If you go there and you don't do your best, the student will know, because they always asking for more. They want to connect with you. And now we know that these digital teenagers, the digital students, they are really eager to learn more with technology, right? So innovation is another word. Of course, you can innovate with little. Yes, you can. Sometimes we do things with some material that you can reuse, even though if you don't use technology. But what is technology? I'm talking about digital technology, by the way, here. Okay, so innovation. You see that the eye there, it's like a vision. You gotta have a different vision. You gotta have a great idea of what to do in your classroom. It's a process, of course, development, because the innovation will lead you and your students to something else. This is the boom of the active methodologies today, is to bring projects, to bring new ideas and transform it into products. What your students have produced it. So what have you done with all this knowledge that they acquired or they are learning? So they doing what? They just having, you know, written exams, all those traditional things that don't take us to anywhere. No. They don't like these things. I don't know how today students know schools still insist in doing those written exams. It's terrible, because sometimes the effective filter is not good, and the student doesn't go well in an exam, and you can do great with a project. Imagine your student doing something with TikTok, or as Vanya already talked about, with Kahoot, or something they enjoy. It is their own language. We need to reach our students using their language. If they are kids, we need to find things about what they like. And also with the teenager or adults, you need, of course, to adjust this. And let's continue. Why using digital technology into your classroom? And I'm gonna mention some tips here. So why? You gotta have a reason, of course. And I think digital technology came, and all this internet boom came to show us that we don't teach anything to our students. A student don't want those traditional teaching no more. Once the technology come into their lives, if they have a cell phone or a smartphone, oh my God, your classes will never be the same. No, because the students will always they will always ask you for more. In my classes, my students are like this. They talk to me because I allow this. I ask them, what do you know about technology? Which apps do you use for learning English? Of course, there are apps there is not for learning, so you don't use it. But most of them, even TikTok, even Instagram, whatever, you can transform it into an educational app, depend of your purpose, right? So first of all, think about creating a connection in a positive atmosphere. Of course, if you have this light atmosphere, if everybody's enjoying your classes, of course, the learning will be provided. The learning will be significant. Because if you don't do this, if they don't feel like learning English is fun, oh, they don't want to learn. They will keep it blocked, as someone wrote in some of the chats. I don't know if it was in It Is Talks, when It Is was talking, but something like this. If they're blocked to talk, if you don't create a light atmosphere, a positive, in a way they can just let it go. Even if my students say like, I have 15 years, because in Portuguese we say age with the verb have. We know that, right? But I'm explaining to international participants. But in English, we don't use have. We use the verb to be, of course. I'm 15. But our students keep associating our Portuguese language with English. So they commit some mistakes like this one. So what are you going to say to your students? Don't talk? No. You're going to let them talk. And of course, try to, this is one of the methods I love, try to repeat, to find a way to make students listen to what is right, not telling them directly that they are wrong. But you can say like, okay, you are 15, okay, I'm 40. Yeah. So students will listen to it. That is create a connection and a positive atmosphere, because all the time students coming to you, if you are, like a wall, because there are a lot of teachers. I had a teacher like this. He seemed to be a wall. Nobody could go to him, It was like yeah, I would say a wall. But we have to build bridges, of course, for the students try to reach you and tell you exactly what they want from the learning, because they can guide you to find the best way for you to teach them. I believe in this. That's why I'm a dreamer. I believe that you can transform education by listening to what people want to. If you listen, if you become a listener to your students and let them be active, be part of their learning process, they will enjoy it so much. In all my projects that I love working with projects into the classroom and outside the classroom. I remember once I had a project at the university that I took my students to the cafeteria, and then I told them, no, I'm not going to teach English in this square here, in this room. No. Let's go to the cafeteria. Our cafeteria was, opened in that city. It was a small city in the countryside of Bahia. And then I took them to there. So I just said, like, let's meet there. And they started talking while we used to drink coffee. So they love it there. And then we started making some meetings there. It was my classroom. Who could tell me that I was not teaching? Nobody. First of all, we had those pictures. And of course, they were not kids, because we know that we have this kind of problem when they are under 18. Of course, we cannot take them without authorization. But if they are like university students, college students, it's easier for you to do some other activities outside the classroom, of course. And you can say that students can collaborate in an engaged way. That's what I was saying now. You have to listen to them. What do you like? Of course, there are some times that you have to say no, right? Because they will like something that you don't like. That will be like, oh my God, I would never bring that to my classroom. But at the same time, you're gonna say like, okay, I'm gonna listen to you and try to see what can I bring to our classroom. And then, oh my God, time passed by so fast. I talk too much. I love talking. Help students to develop digital skills. Of course, you have a classroom, and there are some students that will never have been, heard about Instagram. They say like, I don't use Instagram. I don't use TikTok. I don't use Facebook. I don't use Kahoot or whatever. Padlet, Pinterest. I never heard about it. But you gotta help them. Okay, you don't know, but I'm gonna show you that when you know this, you never leave it. So you need really to inspire students in order they can try to find out new things. They are really unmotivated. I can see this in public schools because I still have projects that I go to public schools to work with students. I love this connection between university and public schools. That's why we're here, right? Talk, and it is not only higher education teachers that are here, but also I think the most of you are from public schools or whatever, but you teach. Uh, I just forgot how to say the basic level. I mean, so empower students. So if the students think, now I want you to do this reflection with me together. Just for a moment, close your eyes. I don't know if you're gonna do this, but do it if you feel like. If you close your eyes and you think, how can I empower my students if the power is not on my hands? You're wrong. The power, half of the power is in your hands because you can inspire your students. And that's why how they will get empowered, because if you give them this reason of learning, they will feel like, wow, I'm a superwoman, I'm a superman, because they will see how they are, how they are learning, all the progress they have made, you know, because they can see like, okay, teacher, before you, I didn't speak anything. After, while being your student, I can understand my Netflix films, my YouTube music, whatever, because you make them believe they can reach something. So the thing is, everything is around motivation. If you really make your students believe that they can go further, oh my God, they will be empowered. And so do you, right? Because if you feel they are learning, you're gonna be like, wow, that's great. My classroom is it's reaching all the goals that I have planned and whatever, blah, 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 blah. Bring motivation. I've already talked about this because of course you gotta be motivated. You cannot go to your classroom. Of course, I know that we have our ups and downs, whatever, and sometimes we are unmotivated because of our system, especially in Brazil, that they don't respect. We don't have much public policies for English language teaching. And then sometimes you are like this, oh my God, I can do anything because I don't have books. Or if you're in public schools, or even if I'm in a private school, a student doesn't want to learn, so they have everything. They have book, they can do anything. They have money to pay for a course, but they don't see meaning in learning English. So what are you gonna do? Of course, trying to bring motivation. If you're inspired, I think you can inspire people. This is my belief. Nobody can make me down. If I talk to all of you or to a student that tells me, I don't want to learn English, English is nothing for me because I'm not going to the United States, or I hate the politics there, or I hate whatever. Some people make this confusion about the decolonization, all this historic period. And I say, no, nothing you can tell me will make me feel unmotivated, because motivation is not outside. Motivation is inside. I don't know if you were born with this, because I always wanted to be an English teacher since I was, I'm not gonna say a kid, but since I had like, I mean, since I thought about having a profession, but oh, it always came with me, this motivation. Nobody will make me be a lawyer. I don't want to be a lawyer. I don't want to be a doctor. I want to be a teacher. This is me, right? So you gotta bring and give them meaningful learning. If you propose an activity, you say like, okay, today we're gonna do this, and your student don't see the reason why, they will say like, I don't want to do it. You sometimes have to try to make them see how this activity is important for them, right? I can see the chat, but I'll take a look later in every word you say in my talk, okay? And then we're gonna talk about education. Let me see my time, right? I'm sorry. 20 minutes. Oh. Education 4.0. Welcome, future. The future is here. I always, when I talk to Vanya, I always said like, we sometimes talk, exchange ideas. And then I said to Vanya, like, we are future teachers because we think ahead of our times. And it is like this. You can bring future to the present if you want to bring innovation to your classroom. And then you welcome future. That's why Education 4.0 came to see or to show you that things are different now. And we're going to have an event about Education 4.0. Unfortunately, it's not in English, but everybody is welcome to join. I dream about to find, how do I say that? Some people to, at the same time, to be like a sign language interpreter, or because there are a lot of deaf students and some teachers that would like to watch our talks, and then I don't have those people to be translating, right? But one day I'm gonna read this. Education 4.0. You can see the picture, right? The image. A long time ago, it was the Android 1.0, then 2.0. So what has changed? Now it's all about transforming the future of education through advanced technology. Of course, technology has been changed. It's not only sending emails or posting on Instagram. Now you can print in 3D. You can have robots, educational robots. Even you can have virtual reality and all those. I'm not gonna. This is my problem. Sometimes I go, wait for me, slide. I have to wait for the slides, right? Now wait for me. Okay, so this Education 4.0, we think about artificial intelligence, big data, automation, 3D printing, robotic systems, innovation speed. Of course, you have to think fast. New media, all of that combined together. That's what it is called Education 4.0. The maker culture, Now we can see those bilingual schools bringing projects where the students can build something. We see a lot of that. It is not that too new because some time ago we used to use some of these techniques, some of this methodology, the active methodologies. But now it is a bit different because we have all these artificial intelligence helping us, of course. So what do you think about that? Do you think this education, I cannot see, I'll try to see the chat now. So what do you think? Do you think this education, this automatic, oh my God. This education with automation, is it good for education? Or are you gonna think that first one, type one, if you think it is good, or you think it is a way to substitute, to replace humans? So what do you think? One or two, do you see it as an enemy or as a friend? How can you look at that? Now, the way you know how this is it going. But I don't know if you use artificial intelligence, but what do you think about it? Is it an enemy or a friend of the teacher? I cannot see the chat. I think while we are presenting, we cannot see. But anyway, let's go. Oh, so Barbara, can you help me? People are answering. There is more, one or two?
There is more too.
See? So if you think in a way that you can see all of that as your friend, you're thinking ahead. So that's really good because you don't have to fear what is coming. Sometimes I fear, I say like, wow, new apps to try, new things. Oh, this is what I'm doing. This is not good anymore. My students know all about this and doesn't want this anymore. They want new apps every day. Sometimes I fear, the future of the education. But at the same time, I think this innovation is really good because we'll never be the same, never ever. And we have to be, learning more and more. This is something really good for us teachers. We need to be learning constantly to reach a better result in our classroom. That's the point. If you think that you graduated, that you are PhD, I know a lot of colleagues that they have a PhD, a doctorate, and then what happens? They are not creative because they just went in one way, like have this title, but they haven't done anything about dealing with students, like connections, research, and they just researching, writing books. They are not doing what they're supposed to do. Because if they just connect with students, they bring projects into the classroom, they will reach better understanding of what education is. Title is important. I'm not saying that is not important. I don't have my PhD. I decided to study more and more. It doesn't matter. I'll reach someday my PhD. I don't care now. Even though I have 8 specialization course, multitasking, I do lots of things, I'm in my 3rd graduation course. I don't care. It's all about learning. It is making sense to me. That's perfect. If you learn something in a meaningful way, you got it right. This is the same for your students. Try to make them feel this passion, feel that they can do something about what they're learning. So if they have just the title, they don't go further because everybody has a title. It's easy. You just go there, you study. But if you do nothing with your knowledge, if you don't transform it, you have nothing. You just have a title there. I just have a piece of paper. So when sometimes some colleagues talk to me and said like, oh, Megan has not, she hasn't got a PhD degree. And then I said, oh, who cares? One day I'll get it because I'm doing lots of things. I'm living, I'm experimenting, I'm innovating. You know, I'm doing lots of things. It's not a piece of paper. So what you do with a piece of paper? This is what we have to tell our students. This is the activity we're gonna do today. But it is not a piece of paper. I'm gonna bring meaningful knowledge and learning to you. So let's do this together. Let's build together something. It is a process. It's a connection between teachers and students. Oh my God, my time is running out. Let me see too. It is in F5 or a full screen or not. And then I'm gonna talk about some apps, right? Oh my God, I can't. How do I do this? Let's see. Yeah, now it is full screen. So how to innovate? First of all, no matter what you use, you can use Facebook, you can use Instagram, you can use whatever. Any app you would like. If you don't use technology and you want to begin, just think like this. I'm gonna learn an app, learn a tool. I have to learn it because if I go to my classroom not prepared, I won't take the best of my students, right? So it means that you have to be really well prepared. So study the app or the tool, try to do some things, and then you go there prepared. Sometimes we see like some tips, some teacher says, oh, I use this, I use that, and they don't tell you how they use. So you don't see the meaning. Okay, you use it just for using. So what have you reached it with this tool, right? And I bring some examples here because I'm almost run out of time. Oh my God. I don't believe the echo went back. Okay. Quizlet. It makes simple learning tools that let you study anything, anywhere. I put here a picture. I don't know if you can see the image. You learning with flashcards. I think in Fundamental 1, you can use it a lot because students like it. You can play games with them and you can check if they learned. So I choose something about climate change, and then you put there a card like fluctuation, and then when the student click on that, it will flip and show the meaning. What is fluctuation? Frequent, irregular change back and forth from one stage or degree to another. So they are perfect if you like flashcards. You can put the picture and then the meaning of the picture, the image or template, whatever you use. And then we have also Flipgrid. I have learned now Flipgrid in the past, I think 7, 8 days before, when I was in TESOL conference and I was part of a Brazilian delegation. So Relo showed us that we can do a lot with Flipgrid. It empowers social learning, any age, okay? It is through video. I wish I could show here, but we don't have much time, okay? And then you post, like, you can see technology, education technology. Relo created this Flipgrid for us to interact, for all of us. We were 200 Brazilian in TESOL conference in the past few weeks. And then, so you attended the conference. So what did you like to watch? Did you take notes? Tell us. But Flipgrid is so perfect because you do it through videos. You don't write it. It is so nice. I'm gonna try this when the semester come back right now after COVID times. It's so great because the student can talk, and we of course we talked in English, but if you have like basic students, you can try to mixture the language, right? And it is really good. If you never tried, just take a look. I just put those faces there. It is a lot of video, and then you can see everybody who left the video, and it is updating, and we just got videos. You can write too, but I think the boom of this tool is to interact with the videos. You watch someone's video and then you left a video commenting. That's perfect. I love it that. You know, the more interactive you are, the better it is for your students. And then Padlet, I think you ever heard, of course, that Padlet is really used. And before, in the previous event, I created a map there where all the participants put a pin on your country. So we had 4,000 registered, and then we had like 3,000 in something that really participated for our international conference. And it was really great because I had a lot of people putting the pin on the map saying, hey, hello, I'm here in the United States. You can leave voice clips. You can record something like put your pin and say, hi, I'm Megan from Brazil. Or you can leave a picture. You can leave a video too, a short video. It's perfect. I love Padlet. And you can also have those communities. You can write and leave activities, book reviews. I love it there about Shakespeare influence. See here, you can see the audio link. I'm almost there. Pinterest is perfect too. I like this because I'm really visual. Today I decided to bring some tools that are really visual because I'm a visual student. You know, I love watching things and hearing at the same time. It's perfect. And then I think everybody like me would like these tools. And I think, of course, the more younger is your student, I think they will love visual activities, audio visual, right? It's not only just seeing, you can also listen to it. So Pinterest empowers social learning, blah, blah, blah. So I took this one like Tower Bridge as an example. You can put it in an exhibition there. I have this exhibition. I got it from the U.S. Embassy when I had I built a project about images, and then they gave to me. And I'm thinking about putting the exhibition there. It is really cool because you can see a lot of images, and you can see a museum, you can see whatever you want to, a square, a building, an old building. You can take your students to this visual adventure. It's really good. And digital storytelling, this is really great. I never done an activity to my students, but I did something to myself. Sometimes the teacher has to be a teacher and also a student at the same time. Because if we try to use some things with us first, of course, we have to do that in order to see if our student would like that. But I want to use it because you can tell stories in a digital way. It's a powerful visual communication. And then you can try that. Oh, these links are complicated to type right now. And also, if you think about innovate your classroom, you're gonna think about how students can develop new skills. If your student is good with video, you one student or one group, perfect. Take this group and do something using video. The other one are good with his stories, with collaborations, with wikis, those kind of things. Bring them together. Make a project, make something that you can use several tools. You don't need to use one tool because we are really immersed. It's an immersion in this digital technology society. So we can use several things. Now you know that we can post on Instagram, we can post in Tumblr, we can post on Facebook, we can do whatever at the same time. Do this with your students. You really need to explore their potential because they got potential, they got talented. Really they do. And you do too. You can do, you can bring different things to your classroom. Try first. And sometimes some teachers think that I'm finished already. Okay, some teachers think that technology is an enemy, not because technology is bad, it's just because they don't have time to try it. You know, I heard a lot of teachers giving me feedback that they don't have time because they work full time, like 60 hours. So when I'm gonna try? But you need to make a choice, right? So you're gonna do what with your students? You want to motivate them? You want to inspire them? Or you want to go to your classroom and doesn't change anything? You want to be what? What kind of teacher you want to be? Right? So it's your choice. You need to make a choice quickly because time goes by so fast, right? And then you can inspire and you can be inspired because when you do something different, when you try something different, all these inputs that comes from your students, oh God, this is perfect. You go home and you say like, oh, I didn't know about this. And this student bring this vision of this tool, bring this way of dealing with this tool. I'm gonna try this in another classroom. All the products they do, it's really relevant because you're going to be inspired to do in another classroom, right? So, and they are constantly absorbing knowledge. All the time we are learning. Even if you say like, I don't think they learning, some teachers say that, right? This is really terrible to hear. They are learning. They are not showing what they learning. That's why you need to inspire them and provoke and try to take the best out of them, right? So, oh my God, those are my contacts. I just reset my time right now as a British woman. And this is my email, my smallest email because I have the longest. Well, the institutional is really big. I'm on Instagram, as you know, and I have Improli. It was the last international event that I had. I'm on Facebook too as Megan Vibel. I'm on Twitter, but I just forgot my login there, my name there. I don't know if it is Megan Vibel. Okay, and I think we don't have much time. Let me stop sharing. And I don't know if there were a lot of, oh, thank you, thank you. Give me your feedback. Even if you say like, Meg, you didn't inspire me, just tell me because I'm gonna try harder next time because it is our role to inspire students. And we are really inspired because if we really can reach our goal, we really feel satisfied. That's why this is me. You always see me like this because motivation is inside. So I'm gonna finish my talk, really finish. I'm sorry for not answering question, but I'm gonna finish my talk asking you, leave in a question. What is your motivation to teach English? Keep that question, think about it, and try to find your motivation to teach English, because you're going to find it. You are motivated. You just need to work on you and find it, right? So thank you. I'm sorry, Renee. I took 2 minutes. Yeah, everything's being recorded and we're gonna put on, it will be there on YouTube. That's why you need to subscribe to get our notifications. So Barbara, I can introduce Rene Carver. I took a lot of time, but 2 minutes, I'm sorry. Our next
No,
talk.
Meg, you are ahead of schedule. I think you should take questions from people.
Oh, yes. Oh my God. Can you believe I just look at this and I thought I saw a 20 and it was a 30? Thank you, Raine. Oh my God. Thank you, my friend. Okay, we can have a question. Okay, I see a lot of thank you. Thank you because you're here with us. And let's see. Oh my God, I just didn't see that I had time. I have about 7 minutes. Barbara, can you help me with the questions?
Yes, when you were talking, José Ricardo asked you if you can share a link to WhatsApp of your presentation, because he wants to send to his friend the invitation to make part of that wonderful talk.
Oh, well, I don't know if you don't have an Instagram, but we do have a channel on Telegram. It was a channel from the other event and more people are coming, and I want to have this connection to everybody. I'll try when Mr. Carver is talking. I'll try to put the channel so you can reach me there, right? And I'll give you my presentation. I can send by email, no problem. Okay, we can exchange ideas for sure.
Okay, is there other question for you? They want to know how technology promotes creativity.
This is a good question. It will just promote creativity if you have a purpose on how to use it. First of all, I think when you plan your classroom, your classes, you just think about your audience. Of course, they are, even if they are in the same level, there are different, students in the classroom and in other classrooms too. So it's a good question because it has no right answer. But if you find a way to engage them, to make them inspired, I think you use technology as a source of motivation. I don't know if you got it.
Okay. Rosana Maria de Sá wants to know if you could post here all the tools links you were talking about.
Oh, okay. So that would be harder to do now because I'm answering a lot of text message. I'm on Instagram too, posting the event. But what I can tell is that I'm gonna put my email here, but if you follow me on Instagram, okay, so I can tell you when I'm gonna be sharing my presentation, so everybody can get it if you want to. I have one question here. Could you please talk a little bit about using technology to get prepared for exams like TOEFL, yeah, this is really, you really need to use technology to help you. Even as a teacher, you could say like, to nowadays, it's really urgent. A teacher, uh, think about your development and also your proficiency. So now we're gonna have a raffle at the end of the event with about a course, a TOEFL preparation course, online course, and yeah, I think we can use technology to be prepared. And some of you talked about before earlier about Coursera, edX, future learning, those MOOCs, they are really good because you can take the course without getting the certificates for free, or you can pay a tax, a fee to get a certificate.
Okay, it's one more here. Ingrid Danielle wants to know what should her do because her students' parents are too worried about the English book.
Oh, sorry, say that again.
Ingrid Danielle wants to know what should her do because her parents students are too worried about the English book. She wants to know how to use technology without forget the English book.
Okay, yeah, we got this problems in some schools. They really want you to give content, right? To, to use the whole book, but you can use the book and also have some activities. A lot of new books, the nowadays they are digital, right? So I don't know, some schools doesn't, sometimes they choose digital books or books with a lot of link for you to, for students to go further. But if the book is really obsolete, right, there is no technology, I think the teacher can propose something using the book and at the same time bring the technology with the activities from the book.
Maggie,
1 minute.
Camila Karen wants to know if you could speak more about the STS role in this new education process. STS role in this new education process.
Oh my God, I think I just, so can you hear me?
Yes, now yes.
Oh yeah, I think something went wrong, but anyway, I just forgot the question. I'm sorry. Just blacked out everything, and then I said, "Oh my God, I lost everything."
Camila Karen wants to know if you could speak more about the student's role in this new education process.
Will be my last question, right? Because of the time, but of course, the student's role is really important in this new process, this new education, because education 4.0, there is now emerging. It is a way to bring results in order that students can be active in this process. So the role of the students is take control of the situation. Not that control of in a bad way, but it's assume just being part of this process, like when we see like in those bilingual, as I told before, bilingual centers that they explore the maker culture, right? The student has to be engaged and produce their own, I mean, not produce, but they have to be part of the teaching process. It's not focused only in the teacher. The teacher is not the main character of, is not the central anymore. So a student has to be active in their learning. I would say that. Oh, I would be here answering a lot of questions, talking to you all, but now, I'm sorry, now I'm really running out of time. I would like to introduce our next speaker, right? Uh, Rena Carver, is it? Yeah?
It depends on where you are. I pronounce it Carver.
Oh, right, depends. And those people who deals with international, right, communities, they are used to listen to different accents. This is perfect because there are no one right English, right? It is a global English. That's perfect. Um, Rene, before retiring in May 2019, had been involved in supporting video conferencing in K-12 schools in New York State since the late 90s. He helped implement the first ISDN-based picture TEL equipment in New York State, K-12. The first Tandberg, we say that?
Yes.
Yeah, IP-based system, a lot of programming here, right? In New York, K-12, and the first Zoom rooms in New York State K-12 for daily classes. He was the first to enable interregional staff development by video conference and the first to enable video conference instruction from teachers outside of New York State. Rena is involved in supporting global video conference collaboration such as Mega Conference JR, Clean Energy Debates, International Dot Day, World Book Day, and just recently Earth Day. Mega Conference and World Earth Day. Working with video conferencing for global learning, Rene has delivered Sena read alouds for the last 5 years, at one point reaching 125 sites and more than 5,000 students at Sena to encourage them to read. So let's welcome Mr. Carver with the talk about literacy encouragement through live video conference read alouds. Thank you.
Ah, wonderful. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm really excited and actually a tad scared. I have been on the call since the beginning, paying a little bit of attention as I try to make sure I'm ready to give you all good content. But our previous speakers with Vina and Mariana, with Vanya and Stefan and Iris and Meg, that's a lot to follow. Thank you very, very much, Meg and Interconnect, for engaging me with this. It's a pleasure to be involved. I'd also like to extend appreciation to video conferencing for global learning and to Zoom for enabling us to do this today. This is a great way to share knowledge internationally, and it's absolutely a passion of mine. As Meg said, for more than 20 years, I've been involved with video conferencing. Hopefully some of you don't even know that older technology that she was mentioning, and you're only focused on what we can do with products like Zoom to really connect everywhere. Although I have noticed some of you say, but my students don't have internet connection. So there is that exception. We can connect anywhere there is internet connection, and we can use devices like our phones and our laptops and all of that in order to bridge connections and bring content to folks. So Meg mentioned that I've got all of that experience. I wanted to share with you a couple of screenshots, if I may, of first where I am. Oh, let's see, of course, when I bring that up, it doesn't show what I want it to. There we are. This is an image of map of New York State. Here we are in Ithaca, New York, which is where I'm from. And very near here is a gorgeous, gorgeous gorge. This is the Finger Lakes region of New York State in central New York. So I'm not near New York City. And this is Teganic Falls, 215 feet high, just a fantastically beautiful gorge, one where I have actually sat right at the top of that. Probably shouldn't tell folks that because it's really not allowed. So it just a little background of where I am and what I've done. Meg mentioned that I have enabled Santa for the last 8 to 10 years to connect to students around the world. And the high point of that was a year where over 5,000 students heard Santa encourage them to read, that reading builds the power of the mind. So reading with them and singing with them, just a fantastic opportunity as Santa to do that. I will impose, if I may, on Meg and Barbara. You guys are doing a great job facilitating. Feel free to interrupt me if there are chats or Q&As that I should absolutely pay attention to. That would be fantastic. I like to do things like, most of the read alouds that I do are for elementary age students, so in the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 area. So it's really a lot focused on that, although I do also encourage and engage doing read alouds with middle school, the 10 to 14, and high school, the upper ages as well, selecting carefully the appropriate text based on the students that you're reading to. And to sort of model what I'm looking to do, what I look to do with the students, I like to be sure to give credit to those who are responsible for enabling the book to exist. So I like to challenge them. So if you could in the chat, some questions I ask are, students, can you tell me what does the person do, or what does the librarian do in your library? Can you tell me what the librarian does? And they'll typically respond, that's where we go to get books. That's the librarian gives us books. And yeah, that's exactly right. The librarian gives you books. And then I might ask, what does the chef do? So feel free to type some things in chat as if you were responding. I know I can't hear you in the webinar format, but let's kind of pretend that we're looking at the audio format with the feedback from the students. And we can take some in that mode. We can take some feedback with the students, a little bit of give and take in there. And then, of course, I will ask, so who can tell me, what does an illustrator do for a book? And we'll wait for a minute and we'll engage with the students about what the illustrator does. Yes, the illustrator is the person who draws the pictures that are in the book. And then what does the author do? What role does the author do with the book? Yes, the author is the person who writes the story, the words of the book. And so we make sure that is the background piece for what we're doing with the students. And then, because I really want this to be very much like what I do with kids, and because this is one of the best books of all time, I will show you. Let's see. Oh, not this one. We're going to go down past that, past Anything Is Possible, past the Lorax, and past the Dot, and we're going to wind up on the Word Collector. So I am going to indulge my love of this book and subject you all to a read aloud of the book. So again, some of the things that I like to do before I start a read aloud, I like to be sure that we do a little bit of pre-learning of some words that will appear in the book that may not be words that the students are familiar with. So let's be sure that the students know some of these. I don't take time to go through absolutely every single one, but some of them. So who can tell me what it means to transport something. And we wait a little bit, and I will engage with students. And of course, taking some of the important lessons that were involved with some of the previous presenters, we'll try to make sure that we have a very positive engagement with the student as we go along. Yes, to transport something means to take it from one place to another. And what is a syllable? Well, a syllable, yes, that's right. A syllable relates to the way a word is formed. It's the distinct sounds in a word. So if I say kaleidoscope, how many syllables does kaleidoscope have? Kaleidoscope, 4 syllables in the word kaleidoscope. And so that's how we break up words. So we'll do a little bit of pre-learning there. And what does the word jumbled mean? Who can tell me what jumbled means? And we'll do a similar engagement. Yes, you dump all of the pieces of the puzzle on the floor and it's a jumbled mess. So we'll do some of that and get some of that pre-learning out of the way. And then coming back to the word collector, I will note the author of this book is Peter Hamilton Reynolds. And Peter Hamilton Reynolds is also the illustrator. So Peter both wrote and drew the pictures in the book. He wrote the words and he drew the pictures. And you'll see very shortly, well, it'll take me a little bit to read through it all, but you'll see very shortly why I love this book. So this is The Word Collector by Peter Hamilton Reynolds. Collectors collect things. Some people collect stamps. Some people collect coins. Others collect rocks. Some collect art. Some collect bugs. Others collect baseball cards. And some people collect comic books. And Jerome? Boys and girls, what do you think Jerome collects? And yes, those who are tuned in say it's the title of the book is The Word Collector. Jerome collects words. Yes, Jerome collected words. He's collected words he heard. My trip to Peru was perfectly pleasant. Certain words caught his attention. He collected words he saw. Willow, willow. Certain words jumped out at him. And he collected words he read, like from The Wizard of Oz. He collected emerald. Why, certain words just popped off the page. Short and sweet words, like spark and bloom and drift and dream. And 2-syllable words, like treasure and motif and hover and glimmer. And multi-syllable words that sounded like little songs. Guacamole, geometry, kaleidoscope, wonderful, and symphony. There were words he did not know the meaning of at first, but they were marvelous to say. Boys and girls, can you say these after me? Aromatic. All right, try again. Aromatic. Great. And how about this one? Vociferous. Can you say vociferous? And the biggest one of all so far, effervescent. That's a hard one. Let's try it again. I want you to all go home tonight and be able to say to your folks in the house, effervescent. Ah, well done. There were words whose sounds were perfectly suited to their meaning. Molasses, torrential, Tyrannosaurus Rex, smudge, bellow. Jerome filled his scrapbooks with more and more of his favorite words. And boys and girls, I want to encourage you to save your words, words that are powerful and good. So be ready to make your own scrapbooks for me at some point, okay? Why, he put in there words like potential and everlasting and harmony and blissful. Jerome's collections grew. He began organizing them into categories like dreamy and science and sad and action and poetic. One day, while transporting them, boys and girls, can you guess for me? Let's take some predictions. One day, while transporting them, what would you have happen next if you were Peter Hamilton Reynolds writing the words of this book? That's an awesome idea. I love that creativity. Put yourself in that mode of writing this book. And let's see what else, what other things might you do if you were the author of this book? Let's take another one before we continue reading. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. That's wonderful. Yes. All right. Let's go back to the story and see what Peter Hamilton Reynolds has happened to Jerome. Jerome slipped and his words went flying. As he began to pick them up, he noticed his collections had become jumbled. Big words next to little words, sad words next to dreamy words. Infinitesimal star, paired like dream cloud, and lost turmeric, and even royal flock. Oh my goodness, what a mess. And how could you have a silent orchestra? Jerome began stringing words together. Words like whisper, symphony, electric peace. Words he had not imagined being side by side, like savor, dreams, cascading stars. He used his words to write poems, and he used his poems to make songs. They moved and they delighted. Some of his simplest words were his most powerful. I understand. I'm sorry. Thank you. And you matter. Boys and girls, why do you think these were powerful words? What's powerful about saying, I'm sorry? Yes, exactly. That's right. That's a wonderful expression of being aware that you may have hurt somebody and that you don't want to do it again. So apologizing to somebody is very, very important. Yes. Jerome eagerly collected more and more of his favorite words. Words like gaggle and peace and brilliance and waterfall and infinite hugs. Oh, I love that one. Wow, that's great. And how about onomatopoeia or gaggle? Boys and girls, don't forget, Be writing down some of your words or typing them in the chat now so that we can all share the powerful words that you use in your day to inspire you. The more words he knew, the more clearly he could share with the world what he was thinking, feeling, and dreaming. And when I read this book to boys and girls, I always repeat this because I find it to be so important. The more words he knew, the more clearly he could share with the world what he was thinking, feeling, and dreaming. One breezy afternoon, Jerome climbed the highest hill, pulling a wagon packed with his word collection. He smiled as he emptied his collection of words into the wind. Oh my gosh, boys and girls, why would he do that? He's letting all of his words blow away. Who can share with me, boys and girls? Do you want to share with me what you think Jerome is doing? Why would he let all of his words fly away? Oh, that's an awesome idea. I like that. I like that. Well, let's find out from Mr. Reynolds what he's thinking when he has Jerome do this. So back to our book. Whoops, if I select the right camera, shame on me. How about this one? Jerome saw children in the valley below, scurrying about, collecting words from the breeze. Words like hope. Oh my goodness. How wonderful. He's sharing his words. But Jerome had no words to describe how happy that made him. And then here's a quote to keep near and dear to you all the time. Reach for your own words. Tell the world who you are and how you will make it better. Peter Hamilton Reynolds. And that's the end of our book. Now, boys and girls, I hope you have learned a lot. I hope, obviously, I have seen that you have come up with some wonderful creative ideas from having let me read this book with you. And I'm really excited that we had this opportunity. So you know what author is, and you know what illustrator is, and we shared what a syllable is and what it means to transport something. So we did all of those wonderful things. So I would love to have people continue typing in the chat the words that you would like to collect, that you would like us to collect about the power of this session and what it means to you, and about the words that motivate you in your life. So what is it? I hope just doing that answers already the question, why would we do read alouds by video conference? What's the purpose? If I'm going to do a read aloud, I want to be in my library reading to kids. Well, yes, that is. I tell people I work with, teachers, when I was working with teachers, that the best instruction happens when a person is personally in the same room with the student. That's the best opportunity for instruction, is to be there in person. But there are times, especially now during a pandemic, when that's not possible. But even so, even before the pandemic, bringing people in by video conference can offer a different voice for the students to engage, a different way for the student to engage, and a different opportunity to challenge the learning process. So I remember early on as I was listening that one of the things Mina said was referencing that video conference provides that live interaction bit. And the important thing that I have discovered and believe in my own time is that the brain engages in a different way different than watching a video. So if people went back and just watched the video of this, they don't, they know they don't have the opportunity. It's really a cognizant piece of the brain. They know they don't have the opportunity to ask me a question or to respond to my question. And so the dynamic changes when somebody is live interactive in video conference. The brain is different in the way it's engaging in and operating. And that was reiterated by Vanya in her talk, that they need to be active in their own learning processes. And I think that's really, really critical. So that's one of the reasons that I do this by video conferencing. I think it's incredibly powerful. So I wanted to get out there, and I hope some folks will toss some ideas out. So you're seeing an example of an adult reading to elementary age kids. Obviously, it never has to be only that. There are so many other options. Many of you are engaged in education yourselves, teaching people how to read, speak, write English. So I would guess that you have some examples of things that would work for you, ways that you envision using read alouds to both help your students and to engage with others. So I'm curious to kind of do this this community learning aspect, this community solicitation of ideas and inspirations. I would love to have you put in chat concepts and ideas that you think in your own profession, ways that your students, ways that you as a teacher, ways that you as a learner could use read alouds to help the learning of English, or to engage at whatever different levels you're involved with. I'll share with you to start that off. I mentioned the engagement of different voices brought into the classroom. So one of those examples for me is that I've worked in the past with students from Taiwan who are at, they must be like 18, 19 years old or so. And one of the things their teacher has them do on a fairly frequent basis is that she has them connect back to elementary students in Canada or England or the United States or elsewhere. And the students in Taiwan are reading books to the students in the other countries, in the English-speaking countries. So you have English language learners at that older age level reading to students at the lower age level in their native tongue. So it's a really interesting dynamic about the way that works out. And one of the things that is really, really, really clear, I'm sure you all know this, is that the students in Taiwan, because they are the teachers, when they become the teacher, when student becomes teacher, the elevation of their learning and their preparedness jumps. It just jumps substantially. And so that she finds that the pressure on them as an 18-year-old to be able to read so that a 5-year-old understands them, it increases their motivation to do it well incredibly. So that's one way that can happen. I'm sure this one is in the chat. I can't imagine it's not. The idea, and so we see this a little bit harder pre-time when we were all on our individual devices, but even possible then. In fact, I saw the kids in Taiwan do this. I did this a bunch with students in my own area. The idea that that read-alouds could be performances, dramatic read-alouds. And so you could have, as I see that Meg is still on and Barbara is still on, we could elevate a couple of the attendees to panelists, and we could all take different voices or different pages of the book. If we're reading a book that's a chapter book with many different characters in it, we could all read the character pieces. And in the Zoom model, where it's the last loudest speaker that comes large on the screen as the default view, then the students would see a different student come up and read to them, a different person come up and read to them. There are so many creative examples of how this is working out with theaters and just so many different ways that people are using the technology to bring that performance level into read alouds and other activities. So I did definitely want to mention that. I also want to take a moment. I'm going to try to slow down just a bit and go back to, after having done the read aloud of the word collector and talked a little about the differing voices and how to, some of that engagement piece with students, I want to go back and chat, just briefly mention some elements of a good read aloud that are really clear to me. So you'll see that part of what I did in what I was showcasing was that I switched my camera view. I changed what the students were looking at. So I didn't always have it be the book, and I didn't always have it be me. I personally love using the physical book. I love showing the turning of pages. I love encouraging the acquisition and use of the physical item. Though I know that this particular day is about technology and education, my bit of the technology is the video conferencing. I certainly understand that if you have PowerPoint slides or whatever else, that those are absolutely powerful and can be valuable, and especially if you don't have the book, that may be a way for you to accomplish a similar thing. Personally, I love the physical nature of turning the page and encouraging the wonder of a child sitting down and flipping through the book. So that's a piece of what I want to make sure that you're aware of in terms of dynamics of making a read aloud as positive as successful. You'll notice also that I used an expressive voice. I try very hard to be sure that my voice engages the students. I will often ask at the outset, again, as a way to try to build, and we heard this in some of the other ones, that the building of the relationship, either online, strictly web-based, or in the video conference realm, that's a really, really key piece to getting across the content and the sharing and the learning that you want to happen. So in addition to some of what I do, I will often give the students a choice. So I'll say things like, would you like me to read fast or slow? How should I read this book to you? And frequently, most frequently, the response is, try it fast, read it fast, read it fast. And I'll go, okay, hold on. This is going to go really quick. Short and sweet words: stars, drift, bloom, dream, treasure, motif, candid, hover, guacamole, kaleidoscope, wonderful, symphony, geometry. Was that fast enough? And they'll all be cracking up and laughing, and they'll all be in a great mood, and they'll say, no, we couldn't understand you. We couldn't understand you. And I'll do something like, well, should I drone, or should I drone, or should I be expressive? Which do you like better? Guacamole, kaleidoscope, wonderful, or guacamole, kaleidoscope, wonderful. And of course, the second is what they always choose. So there is that. And as you saw in the session, I encourage feedback from the students. That's the engagement piece that I was mentioning. We want them to know that their brain needs to be engaged in this. We want them to be aware of that fully. And though not so much in this one, but with others, I will certainly do this. And we will probably not have time, unfortunately. But there is, I love to set up a situation, and Stefan mentioned this in his, where the students are actually doing something tactilely while the read aloud is happening, or at some point during the read aloud. Give them another chance to share. Give them something to do. Do the doodling that Stefan mentioned. Take notes depending on the age group that you're reading to or reading with. So there's all of that. So let's see. I did, because one of my inspirations for this is the way I grew up. My father actually sold books. And one of the things he sold was children's encyclopedias. And there was an encyclopedia that was all children's stories, and that was a nightly activity for us, was sitting down on the couch and there were many of us, but typically there would only be 5 or 6 of us sitting on the couch at the time, listening to stories, and we would just have a marvelous time. And that became a passion of my sister's as well. And she has since done some wonderful things. Let's see if I can find this. I think I can. So she has done some wonderful things, spent the last 20 plus years of her life encouraging early childhood literacy efforts, getting kids out to schools. And I should, in fairness to her, note that in my area of New York State, around this community, she was responsible for funding and distributing 10,000 copies of that book. So children in all of the schools in this region of New York State, in ages 4 to about 10, got a copy of that book. And so one of the books that I highly recommend to you is this one, 30 Million Words. And now I will switch to this camera that I showed before, by Dr. Dana Susskind. And this book informs a lot the concepts and the reason and the purpose that these read-alouds and reading to children is so important. 30 Million Words refers to a study that identified differences in learning acquisition based on the number of words that students hear from the earliest ages. And one of the things that Dr. Susskind encourages in this book, and this book, by the way, my sister was responsible for a community read of the book and distributed over 2,000 copies of it to adults in the area around Ithaca, New York. So one of the key things that Dr. Susskind, I'm going to read this bit here and you'll hear it. She has 3 things, 3 T's that she focuses on a lot. Tune in. So you might, in the way of tune in, you might be aware. So this is actually preschool, but actually any age. Tune into your children, tune into your students. And I heard this with Iris, that idea that you need to be aware of what it is that your student is interested in and clue in. So the example here is to be aware that your toddler loves the bubbles in the bath. And then talk more. Now, don't just simply say in that instance, oh, I see you love bubbles, isn't that nice? But have a conversation, even if it's a bit one-sided, because the child needs, the child's brain to grow properly, to grow well, needs to hear the words. The bubbles are like a big white blanket, and you have a bubble line on your arm. Oh, look at that, it's a straight line. And look, I found a little round bubble island right here in the water. It's surrounded. The bubble island is close to your hand. Ah, but it's far from your toes. It's a circle. Can you make other circles in the water? Can you make a square? That's very hard. How about a high mountain of bubbles? So there's tune in and there's talk more. And then take turns. So this is the engagement piece. Allow the student, allow the child to connect back with you and talk. The bubbles are covering your hands. Are there a lot of bubbles? What shape are the bubbles? You're right, they're round. And look at the soap floating in the bubbles. What shape is the soap? Oh, a rectangle, right. What about your washcloth? What shape is that? Oh, a square, well done. Let's put the soap in the washcloth. And now we have a rectangle inside a square. So for those of you that can get your hands on a copy of that book, I highly encourage you to find it and read it And that will inform you a little bit about why I have the passion. I've acquired the passion or elevated the passion for read alouds because of that book, because of the work that my sister has done over time. You know, I forgot to do something that I really wanted to do, and I can't let it out. So I am going to flip back to this. We're coming here, and then I needed to share this. So this is a song. This is, again, something, just a way of setting things up for children so that they have, I've played this little ditty and shown this little song. This is by a good friend of mine, Cal Walker, who lives here in Ithaca. And the person playing the music is John Simon, who is a local musician and does a fantastic job with loads of different musical performances, and together they do a project called Sing Me a Story, Read Me a Song that has been orchestrated, again, by my sister. So powerful connections for me here. So please do. And this is something that I would bring up as a piece of what I do with children on a video conference read aloud. I'd introduce this to them and have them sing along with this. So feel free to do that. Here we go.
This is gonna be an incredible day in every way. This is gonna be an incredible day all day long. This is gonna be a remarkable day in every way. This is gonna be a remarkable day all day long. This is gonna be a magnificent day in every way. This is gonna be a magnificent day all day long.
Now, I want to point out that Cal wrote this song because he is a foster parent, and one of his children always had a hard time waking up in the morning. Just really had a tough time getting out of bed. So Cal started singing him this song to start his day, and the little one's name was Jaden. So you'll see that Jaden is in this next line, and what teachers and parents have a lot of fun with, of course, is swapping in the name of a student. So a lot of teachers will use this, and they will use this as a birthday kind of song, so that on the birthday of a particular student, this song comes out, and this is going to be a Meg kind of day, or this is going to be a Barbara kind of day. So we'll go ahead and let this play through.
This is gonna be a Jaden kind of day in every way. This is gonna be a Jaden kind of day all day long. This is gonna be an incredible day in every way. This is gonna be an incredible day all day long, all day long, all day long.
There you go. So that's a great way to start a day, or even end a day. Get partway through a day whenever you have a chance to play that. So I hope you can find that, childrensreadingconnection.org. You can take a look at a lot of the different elements that Children's Reading Connection has done. All of the words for that song and many others actually are out there on the website, and some really creative sing-alongs that you can do to the music and singing of Cal Walker and John Simon. Just a great lot of fun. I did want to mention, I'm going to try to do this. So we talked some about elements of a good read aloud, but not necessarily what you need to do a read aloud. Certainly, we can do it with just this, and that is absolutely possible. It's just not all that easy, is it, kind of sit here and show a book and read it and interact with it, and it can be awkward to get that. But the reality is that you can do it. So if you have a laptop and a camera and a microphone and you're engaged in a video conference like this, you can do a read aloud. You can do it with anyone. It's easy enough to do, and it's worth it. So my advice is, don't let a lack of awesome camera or a lack of awesome microphone stop you from having the experience of doing a read aloud and showing the book and engaging with people. Many of you also have phones, smartphones of one sort or another with cameras on them. And so I am going to take advantage of my knowledge of how this little thing works. And I am going to start the camera on this and show you how you might even use your phone to handle doing a read aloud. So you're going to hear the audio continue in this way, but I am going to switch and I am going to spotlight my phone, and I am going to read another book for you so you can get the sense of how this could work. This is I Can Do It. And our author is Karen Baker, and our illustrator is Ken Wilson Max. In the interest of time, since I'm going to run out of time here really quick, I'm just going to read through it quick. But I did want to share this because I think it's a great encouragement book, and I wanted to demonstrate the use of the phone in doing this. At breakfast time, when we get up, Dad pours some juice into his cup. I can do it too! My sister puts on all her clothes and snaps and zips and ties the bows. And I can do it too! Grandma visits me and bakes the most delicious chocolate cakes. And I can do it too! Grandpa always reads to me. I love that they included that in this book. Grandpa always reads to me and holds the book so I can see. I can do it too! Picking, plucking, strumming the strings, my uncle plays guitar and sings. I can do it too! If I go bonk and start to cry, my mom can kiss my ouch goodbye. I can do it too! My best friend likes to play that she is in a castle sipping tea. I can do it too! My neighbor rides a bicycle, and though mine's called a tricycle, I can do it too. So there you have another example of a read aloud. And Meg, I do want to be very respectful of all of the time that people have been engaged and participating in this. So I don't want to continue too far, but I do want to be sure that I say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you once again at the end of this, because so many people have enabled this to happen. So thank you, Meg. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Interconnect, again for doing this. Thank you for the collaboration with Video Conferencing for Global Learning. If you wanted anyone, there's my name and my email address. Feel free to give me a jingle, drop me a note, and I'll try to engage with you in any way you need to. Meg, I have babbled so quickly, so much, so fast. I have totally neglected chat and question and answer, but I would love to hear from you or Barbara anything that you feel I need to respond to.
Wow, you really have a great voice. Wow, everybody was, I think my voice was like, wow. And then you came just to relax everybody. You just got into the right time of the event to inspire us. And I have a question. Do you think the voice really matters when you tell stories? Because sometimes we know that some parents try to tell stories, or some teachers, but they don't have the tone, exactly tone of voice. I mean, it is a way of acting, try to involve students, or anybody can tell stories. Tell us about it, please.
Well, first of all, yes, anybody can tell stories. And if you are near children of any age, you should either read stories or tell stories, engage in conversation. So everybody should do it. I think a large portion of the people on this webinar are teachers, and I would
Yes.
have a hard time believing that any of them feel like the right way for me to deliver a lecture is to speak in this kind of voice. Please go over to the chalkboard and write your answer there. Please pull up YouTube and see what you find. So absolutely, I feel like the voice matters. But if someone is not comfortable or adept or skilled, I don't think someone needs to be an actor or an actress in order to do a read aloud. Does it help? Sometimes, but it's not a necessity.
Okay. Any other questions, Barbara? Let's see just one more. Can we, Mr. Carver? Can we?
Yeah,
just...
absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll read another book if you want.
So some people were asking the name of the book that you opened and showed, the one that you showed that there was no picture.
Right. It was this one, 30 million words.
Yeah, 30 million words. Perfect.
Yep.
Oh,
If you
okay.
can get it, if you can get it, please do. Please do. You may surmise, you may understand or know that I'm sure you won't be surprised that Peter Reynolds is one of my favorite authors. For those of you who like to celebrate things or have occasions to do something, this is a world famous book of his. And if you have not seen it, I actually wanted to tie this back to some of the talk about creativity that was discussed earlier by I think every one of our previous speakers. This in particular, let's see, who was it? I think Iris was talking about her art teacher and how her art teacher was not enthusiastic about her skills and was surprised. Well, the dot is opposite that, where the student really doesn't do a lot with art, but the teacher is so wonderfully encouraging of the creativity process that somebody read this book at some point and said, you know what, we got to have an International Dot Day to celebrate the creativity that we should be encouraging with students. So if you look for International Dot Day, if you search for that on the web with DuckDuckGo or whatever your preferred search engine is, International Dot Day, Peter Reynolds, you will find a treasure trove of opportunities to engage. And actually, that's one of the things we did last year. I read this book to hundreds and hundreds of students around International Dot Day to encourage their creativity.
Well, I'm trying to post on Instagram because I was posting while the other speakers were talking, And then when I was talking, I couldn't post, and now I'm posting your picture there. Okay, one more question. Or is it okay? Barbara,
Yeah,
is
absolutely.
there anything
Yeah,
really
I'm just bringing up the question and answer myself.
Okay.
Gabriella asks, could I show the other books again? I'm going to bend down, excuse me, while I'm off camera and try to grab. I'm not sure which ones she's referring to, but I just showed the dot. I also, there are so many fantastic books. This one, I just think is a treasure. Guess How Much I Love You. It's as a parent reading to a child, just a fantastic engagement about the expression of love and how much, and very, very sweet. This one is a lot of fun. Anything is possible. Kind of pertinent right now in our world of being sheltered in a pandemic, knowing that at some point we will transition to something different. So anything is possible. I think I also showed this one on camera, which is another of my favorites, The Lorax by Dr. Seuss. So I'm sure most of you have heard of that. And there was I Can Do It Too. And I think that's all that I showed on camera. So hopefully, Gabriella, I responded to your question. So Meg, are there other questions you would like me to respond to?
Yes, there are one more. Ana Mércia wants to know if are there books of yours in Amazon?
I am not an author. All of the books that I just showed, I am sure they are on Amazon. So I am not an author, so you won't find me on Amazon. Sadly, I wish I was that creative. But you'll find all of the others on Amazon. Or better yet, in your local bookstore. They need you to shop there.
Okay, one more. Deborah Fernandes wants to know is there any specific trick when you tell a story?
A specific trick when telling a story. I think, so for me, I'm very interested in doing read alouds and finding the high quality books like The Word Collector or The Lorax. And having the high quality book is kind of one of the first things that I look for. Many of you will have maybe a particular reason that you want to do a read aloud or a performance at some level or another. And so you would follow the passion of that particular project to figure out what books might be available to you. If you're reading in whatever language you're reading in, Portuguese, Spanish, whatever, you're going to select something that is appealing to you for that reason and that shares well to accomplish the goals that you have. When I'm doing these, I tend to try to go toward things that are empathetic, expressing love, expressing creativity. So far, I haven't found that's a bad thing to do.
Okay, so I would like to thank you so much. We really enjoyed your talk. It was wonderful to hear your voice, your smooth voice, and wow.
Thank you, Meg.
Thank you so much for being here and bringing your experience. It was really good to hear. I think all of us, everybody, the chat was just saying good things about, listen to your tips and the way wow. I have no words. I'm speechless because it was really good.
That's too kind. Wow. Thank you. All
right.
I understand you have a raffle to do still.
Yes, two.
Happy winners. Thank you all. Have a great day. Hope to see you again soon. Bye.
All right. Wow. Oh my God. this is my event was, I'm speechless, you know. I feel that when you're enjoying, we really feel good. We appreciate your feedback, right? And yeah, we have a good quality in our events, especially because we're using Zoom. Some people were talking about this, and I'm really grateful to VCFGL for being a partner with Interconnection program. And I'm so grateful to VCFGL for connecting us in this moment, training me to use Zoom. It's perfect because we're here because of technology, and we're talking about technology because technology is wonderful. And I would like to thank all of our speakers for those wonderful contributions. We're gonna have the raffle too, but I have to thank you because it's time to do this too. And also, I want to mention those people who are behind the scene helping me today. I have to mention my digital influencers, interconnectional digital influencers, not the program, and some students, some other teachers who helped me following the chat, trying to share those links where you don't see. Oh, is it okay with my picture? Somebody's not seeing me. Is that okay? Can you see me?
Yes, I can.
Somebody say I can't see you, Maggie. Oh my God, no? Let me turn it off and then turn it on.
Meg, you're okay. You were okay. That's all my fault. I had used Spotlight Video to change the focus to what I needed it to be. And I forgot to take it off. You're good. Sorry about that.
Okay. Thank you, Renee. And I just want to mention because we are all volunteers here helping and connecting each other. So I want to thank, oh my God, where is the name is? I have to mention all the help of my volunteers on YouTube channel because a lot of people are there too. Maurilia from Pernambuco, thank you so much. And Barbara, who is here with me. Oh my God, I have to give access to, just a minute. Barbara from Amapá. Can you believe all these events is connecting Brazil? Yeah, I'm really glad. And Clarice from Santa Catarina. Rebecca from Bahia. Dailane from Bahia. Ilquias from Piauí. See? And some other people who have helped me in the morning, during the morning. So, and thank you all for being here and all the contributions, all the interaction. And maybe we're going to have another international event, right? Because we have a lot of teachers and speakers speaks English. So let's try to do it again to get together one more time. We have now I created the group on WhatsApp because some people ask it. We have on Telegram. Please, while I'm trying to connect to the screen, try to see if you followed all the rules for the raffle, right? Yeah, I'm really glad for today. I'm really grateful for today. And let's see now the raffle. I'll try to open my browser here, just a minute. Let me put the raffle is on Instagram. So there is let me share the screen already. There is a website called Sorteio Gran, right? It's like a raffle gran, but it's not in English. It is in Portuguese. I'm gonna let me try to find it. Just a minute. See here, Sorteio Gran, and then you put the, yeah. My Instagram is, oh, I don't remember which email I put there. Oh God, how do I do this? I think it's this one. Oh my God, it's not this. Okay, try checking. Okay, do you need 1 minute more to go there on Instagram and try to participate of the raffle, or is it okay? Okay. So is Dailani here with me on Zoom? Is it okay?
Yes, everything's okay.
Okay, you can open your camera, girls, Barbara and Dailani, who's gonna help me. Okay, so we're going to begin with the raffle of the TOEFL online course, okay? And we had 213 comments. And 14 now. Okay, let's raffle a number and see if the person is following is matching the criteria to be the winner, right? Okay, here we go. Okay, the number
94.
94. Let's see if she follows everybody. To participate in this raffle, you need to follow TOEFL Success. There is the partner who will provide the course. To follow me, let's see the requirements. Let me just a minute. Let me find her. Daisy with 2 I. Aquino. Is Daisy still here at the event? Say hi, Daisy. Oh, Daisy. I want to show she has a private account. So we have to raffle again. I'm sorry. Remember, one of the rules is to be with your profile open during the raffle. So we cannot see who she follows, right? Because the profile is not open. Oh, sorry. Let's try again. Okay, let's see. So we go back. No, what did I do? Oh my God, I'm sorry, people. Okay, again, I'm sorry. In this meantime, while I'm raffle, would you like to help us to build our community on YouTube? Go there quickly. I need our volunteer to put our link of our YouTube channel for people to subscribe because we're gonna put all the lectures there, and you can watch the previous lecture from the other event that is all in English, right? There is so many good things there, nice things. Go there quickly and subscribe to our channel. Okay, let's see now is Ingrid. Ingrid. Oh, I don't know how to say this last name. Yes. Okay. Can you say it? It's too clear, or is it okay? So I'm gonna follow her back. She's following me. Let's see. Yeah, she's following Emproli. Can you see it? Just
Yes.
Barbara Speed is okay. She's following TOEFL
okay.
success. And she has 3 comments, right? So let me see. What were the rules of the raffle? Let me go back here. Yes, to follow the 3 profiles. So let's see if she liked it, the post. Yeah.
Yes, she like it.
Yeah, please help me with this, okay? Yeah, perfect.
She like it.
Yeah, everything's okay. So we have a winner. Let me take a print of this on YouTube. And I have another great news. TOEFL success allowed me to raffle tomorrow another scholarship for the other courses, the TOEFL IBT. And we're gonna have a live on Instagram on Tuesday. I'm gonna post tomorrow the picture. I'm gonna have a live with Sandro, the TOEFL success, on Tuesday at 7 on my profile on Instagram. So don't forget to watch us because he's gonna talk about the difference between TOEFL, ITP, and IBT. And I'm gonna talk about all this exchange program from Fulbright, from public schools. I have participated in 2. So there are others that I can talk about. Maybe you're gonna be interested. So follow me please on Instagram. Okay, let me just print here. So we got a winner. Now we're gonna raffle. I did that again. Sometimes you say something that reminds you of a music, of a song. I remember now, it reminds me of Britney Spears. I did it again. It's funny. Okay. The other raffle is the Instagram course for teachers. This course will be amazing. I'm gonna be there too because I have to learn more how to use Instagram with my students. I love Instagram. I love pictures. It's so nice. So we got 174. Please print all those screens, my people. I have to show our partners that we raffled, right? And then let's go to the number. I love storytelling. And sometimes I'm so dramatic, you know. All right, so we got one number. Let me check. Just go check, and if the person is like the post, and then I'll see if I can find the person here too.
He liked the post. Here, Megan.
Okay. Amarante?
Yes.
I'm gonna follow him back. her back, right? She follows.
She followed you,
Mom.
and probably she had to follow who else?
TOEFL. Okay, she's following me.
Yes, she's following you and probably.
And TOEFL. Success. Oh no. I can't see it.
I can't see if she's following TOEFL.
No, because
she is following you and probably.
Oh, no, I don't believe it. She just missed it. No, it's not TOEFL. Now it's the Instagram course. I'm sorry, people. It's Julio Vietas. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh. Sorry, people. Mistakes happens, right?
Consultoria?
Julio Vietas Consultoria.
Yes, she's following.
And also T. Barbieri, who is gonna be the other teacher of the course. Try to find it and let's show people, right? Oh, I just miss it.
What is the teacher's name again?
T. Barbieri.
T? Thi dot Barbieri. Let me see. Yeah, she's following. See, can you see it?
Yes, here.
Yeah, she liked the post.
Yes, she liked it.
Okay, let's take a print on YouTube, please. Somebody help me. Oh my God. Okay. So we have a winner, okay? All right, so you can contact me through Instagram direct, and I'm gonna talk to TOEFL Success and to Julio Vietas Consultoria, and then tell who was the winners, right? So let me stop sharing. Yeah, about the certificates, let me tell you something. Our certificate is not those certificates that you get from Simpla or other platforms. I'm not saying anything, but it's not like this that you just print it out or save it. Our certificates from our federal university, the UFRB, they have a code, like they are really registered, and it is valid all over the world. So that's why the certificates are not ready yet, because I have to send the report of the event, and then they will provide the certificates and send through email to all of us. And for those who were at Temproli, it is almost okay. All right, so it takes a little bit more time because, you know, we are in the COVID times and the university is not working at all. And we have to be patient, a little bit patient, but everybody who filled in the form, the feedback form, I would just get the attendance. And if you are on YouTube, please, you should sign the attendance list for us to check if you were there. But Zoom, you don't need, because we have the check-in, check-out, okay? All people, I would like to thank again who has helped with me today. Everybody, thank you for being here. Connect with us on WhatsApp, on Instagram, on Telegram. We have a Twitter, whatever, through email. Let's build a bridge, right? Interconnection. And that's it. Bye-bye. All all countries. Thank you so much for being with us. Mexico, who else is here? Brazil, Mexico, a lot of other people. Yeah, we had Pakistan, Africa, United States, a lot of people. India. Yes, thank you so much. Bye bye. I hope to see you again soon. Bye.